Ms. Catteray needs to go into.
Hello.
Oh, also, I want to let you know that there's, Mr. Moxie has that al-Badri. It's an in-person exam.
Calling parties on Broswell.
Ready.
Case number 58804, the people of the state of Michigan versus Brandon Romel Broswell. The defendant is charged with count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, weapons carrying concealed. Count 3, weapons, firearms, possession by felon. Count 4 and 5, weapons, felony, firearms, habitual offender. Court defense notice, this is scheduled for a probable cause conference.
Thank you. Appearances, please.
Good morning, Matthew Franson on behalf of the people, P84002.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please this honorable court, Sophia Curry, P72103, appearing on behalf of Brandon Braswell. And Mr. Braswell should also be present via Zoom. Mr. Braswell, can you please state your name for the record?
Brandon Braswell.
Okay, Madam Defense, what's your pleasure here today?
Your Honor, we do have an exam date that Madam Clerk gave us of December 21st, but I just wanted to let the court know that there is an investigative subpoena that Mr. Franson says I need to submit an order to the court so that he can release that to me. And so I just wanted to make a record of that I'll be sending an order over for a release of the investigative subpoena.
Okay, did you want to forward that over and then have us recall it once I have it in my hand, or?
If that's what the court wants to do, if not, I could just send it over and the court can sign it and send it back.
I mean, I wasn't sure if you wanted to recall it or not. I'll look for it. If you're forwarding it to Tammy, I'll look for it. Was there just some discussion that was necessary on it or not?
No.
You know what?
No.
Mr.
No. I believe that Madam Clerk just wanted to make a record of it, just put this on the record that defense counsel will be sending it. So unless the court has an issue, I don't believe that we need to come back.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to make sure that we aren't closing the record on this prematurely. So I will look for that to be handed over to me, and once I review it, I will be signing it, and we will be forwarding copies back to both prosecution and defense.
Okay, and Mr. Franson, can you put your email in the chat so I can send you a copy?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
And what did you say the examination date is set for?
October 21st.
Thank you. What time is it?
I don't know.
What time? It was set,
I didn't give that date,
oh,
so I'm not sure what the date was.
I just want to make a note in my.
December, I'm sorry, I'm looking at a different calendar. December 21st, I apologize.
At 11 a.m.
December 21st at 11 a.m. And I'll look for that order.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I just wanted you to know what was going on with it,
Oh, yeah.
as opposed to just getting something.
No, right.
I don't know. I don't think he went in the breakout room yet.
Yeah, I put them in a breakout room. Did they deny it?
Oh.
Ms. Catteray?
Maybe he didn't know.
Yes, I'm here.
You never accepted the invitation? Did you not need to go in a breakout room?
Yeah, I accepted it and I already talked to him.
Oh, great. Okay.
I'll call it. Calling parties on Boyer, case number 2159581. The people of the state of Michigan versus Najan Boyer. The defendant is charged with count 1, a dangerous weapon, felonious assault. Count 2, domestic violence. This is scheduled for probable cause conference.
Thank you. Appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jacob Bloomers, P77307 on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Danielle Cataray on behalf of Najan Boyer, P77162. Did I already say that? I'm sorry.
No, thank you. Good morning. And sir, your name, please?
Good morning, Najan Boyer.
Thank you. Madam Defense, what's your pleasure here?
I have not received any discovery yet.
Mr. Bloomers?
Yeah, that's accurate. I don't have the file yet. I'm looking for it. I think that it's working its way through central discovery right now because it's not in the file room and it's not with the typist. So I will get that paper and video to Ms. Cataray as soon as that file gets to me.
Okay, perfect. Do you have her information for which to forward that discovery as soon as you get it?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay. What would you like to do? Send this over for a few days, Ms. Cataray?
I'd like to address his bond if I could, and then can I let you know after that? Because I don't want him to sit in custody if the next date is far away.
Well, because he's in custody, the next date can be as early as, 10 days from now. We'll make a way. So you certainly can go ahead and address the bond if you'd like right now, though.
Okay, Mr. Boyer is 19 years old. His bond is currently set at $1,500, which he cannot afford and his family cannot afford. He is living with his grandmother, but was staying with his aunt in Detroit and his brother. I think he was in school. Sorry, I'm trying to read my notes. He's not in school. Mr. Boyer, are you in school? I thought you were in school to get a license, but that wasn't you.
Mr. Boyer, can you state your name?
Najan Boyer.
Thank you, sir. She was asking if you're in school?
Oh, no, ma'am. I'm not in school at the time.
Okay. The bond is currently, and I'm not sure, I was distracted because I was making a notation here. I heard you say 1,500, but I have 1,500, 10%. But you may have said that, but there is a 10% provision as I see it.
Oh, so it's only $150?
No, I'm sorry, I stand corrected. $15,000, 10% is the bond. Is that what you see, Mr. Bloomers, or am I?
That's what I see. 15,000, 10% in the ROA.
Yeah. Did you have any, well, if you don't have the file, Mr. Bloomers, I would imagine you haven't had any preliminary contact with the complaining witness, or have you?
I haven't had a chance to talk to the complaining witness. I can make an attempt. I mean, I do have their contact info in my computer system. If the court wants to come back to this in a couple minutes, obviously we're all, Ms. Cataray and I are both at a disadvantage because I don't have that file. So neither of us can really look at the facts of the case.
Yeah.
But I am willing to try and talk to that complaining witness and see what their position is.
Let me ask you, Mr. Bloomers, is it something that you can, the discovery that is it something that you can get rather quickly such that Cataray can see it before she makes her bond argument?
No, I mean, because if it's, it's one of those things where if it's in the file room or it's waiting to go to discovery or it's with the typist, I can find it, I can track it down and I can scan it. But if it's not in any of those places, then I don't know where it is. It's one of those I could send a mass email to the office and hope that someone responds, but that's about it. And it could be, with someone working remote today. Is it possible
that would you be confident in saying that you would for sure have that discovery by tomorrow?
I would say 2 days for sure. We can shoot for tomorrow and I'll do my best. Like I said, I hope that right now it's with the central discovery, which means they're like getting it uploaded to evidence.com today, but I can't, I don't know that.
Ms. Cataray, do you want to put this over to Wednesday?
We can put it over to Wednesday, but I'm just asking for a tether and a personal bond and a tether.
Mr. Bloomers?
Well, yeah, I mean, I have to object. I would object to that simply because I don't know the facts of the case and I haven't had a chance to talk to the complaining witness.
Okay, so Ms. Cataray, we can either set this for an exam, roughly 7 to 10 days out, or we can set this for another PCC on Wednesday, and perhaps in the interim, that discovery can be forwarded, and Mr. Bloomers will have had an opportunity to speak with the complaining witness and have a posture that he can take on this. What's your pleasure?
Let's do Wednesday.
Okay, July 28th. Mr. Boyer, we're going to see you back by way of Zoom. And hopefully discovery will have been tendered already by that time and reviewed and understand what we're going to be doing from there. Is there anything further to address right now?
No.
Nothing for the people, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
See you Wednesday. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
For the bond date, and he got out. So it's Billy and Miss Lottie. There's
Calling parties on Aaron Bruce.
Ready.
Case number 2159598. The people of the state of Michigan versus Aaron Bruce. The defendant is charged with count 1, robbery, unarmed, count 2, assault or assault and battery, habitual offender, defense notice. This is scheduled for probable cause conference.
Thank you, ma'am. Appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Natalie Phelps, P number 83355, appearing on behalf of Mr. Aaron Bruce, who is also present via Zoom. Mr. Bruce, can you please state your name for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Aaron Bruce.
Good morning to you, sir. I'm sorry, did you also call Lockhart or no?
No, they got an exam date off the record.
Okay, what was the exam date?
It's 12:21 at 10 a.m., Your Honor.
Okay, Madam Defense, what's your pleasure?
Your Honor, if we could also have that same preliminary exam date, was that 12/21 you said?
Yes.
But in the meantime, I have not received any discovery, so I'm wondering if we could schedule this for an additional PCC next week to follow up on the discovery issue.
Okay, today is the 26th, so August 2nd at 8:30 via Zoom for another PCC. We're also going to lock in that same exam date of December 21st at 10 a.m. And if there's any concerns between now and then, if you have not received this discovery or have any outstanding issues, we'll address that on August 2nd.
Great, thank you, Your Honor. And could I also be put in a breakout room with Mr. Bruce before we sign off today?
Yes. Oh, are you ready now or?
Yes, thank you.
All right, Mr. Bruce.
Did Ms. Watt check in yet?
Not yet.
Okay. Just let me know and we'll call that.
No.
Calling parties on Lewis. Case number 2159599, the people of the state of Michigan versus Randall James Lewis. The defendant is charged with count 1, home invasion, first degree, count 2, stalking aggravated, count 3, domestic violence. This is scheduled for probable cause conference.
Thank you. Appearances, please.
Jacob Bloomers on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. Gabby Silver appearing on behalf of Mr. Lewis.
Is your client present?
Judge, I don't see him. I am appointed on this case. I honestly have not been able to reach him.
Okay,
I'm assuming he's out of custody.
what is your, are you asking the court to waive his presence here?
Yes, Judge, I'm asking the court to waive his presence, schedule another PCC date, and I'm requesting discovery. We did order it last week when we got the appointment, but we haven't received it yet.
Okay, so we're going to, I will waive his presence for purposes of today's proceeding, and why don't we set this off to August 9th or August 16th for another PCC?
August 9th is fine.
Okay. I do find good cause to adjourn for a new PCC, given the representations. And is there anything further? Are there any concerns regarding Vaughn?
No concerns from the people. I believe the defendant is on a GPS tether. And Ms. Silver, I will get you that before that PCC.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Calling parties on Macklemore. Case number 2159576. The people of the state of Michigan versus Terrence Macklemore. The defendant is charged with count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon, felonious assault. Count 3 and 4, weapons, felony firearm. Count 5, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder or by strangulation. Count 6, assault with a dangerous weapon, felonious assault. Count 7, weapons, felony firearm. Count 8, weapons, felony firearm. This is scheduled for probable cause conference.
Thank you. Appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Daniel Mercier, representing Terrence Macklemore.
Okay, and your client?
Macklemore.
Could you please state your name?
Terrence Macklemore.
Thank you. What's your pleasure, counsel?
Your Honor, we'll be asking for an exam to be set. My Zoom would be okay.
By Zoom?
That'd be fine.
Okay, keep in mind that doing an examination by way of Zoom does not hasten the date at all. It did at the beginning of the pandemic when the courts were shut down for sure, but now you're competing with in-person examination dates.
Okay, in-person will be fine.
Thank you.
December 3rd at 10:30.
We'll be there, Your Honor.
Any concerns otherwise?
No concerns.
Thank you. You're all set. You can log off, sir, Mr. Macklemore.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This lot's not here. Can I call El Badri? Mr. Blueberry?
I'm here, Tammy.
Oh, it's your case?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
What time was that?
It's set for 9:30. Is it okay to call it?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. Calling case number 2055899. The people of the state of Michigan versus Ali Rahman Al Badri. The defendant is charged with count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon, felonious assault. This is scheduled for a preliminary exam.
Thank you. Appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Morning, Your Honor. Andrew Moxie, P number 69568.
Good morning, Mr. Moxie. And your client?
Still no sign, Judge. You know, this was one of the early cases from the beginning of the pandemic. No contact from my client, despite numerous attempts on my part.
Okay, thank you. And yes, I do recall you mentioning this before. With that being said, it is currently 9:38. This matter was set for an examination at 9:30. Is there a motion?
Yes, Your Honor. The people are moving to dismiss this case. The complaining witness is deceased, Your Honor.
Oh, did you know that, Mr. Moxie?
Oh, no, that certainly changes things, I guess.
I received the confirmation of a post-mortem report after business hours on Friday. And I do have a copy of the post-mortem report, Your Honor, because if the people would not be able to proceed, even if Mr. El-Badri was here, the people are moving to dismiss.
Thank you. And I'm assuming you have no objection, Mr. Moxie?
No objection, Judge.
All right, the matter is dismissed without prejudice. I'm preparing an order right now to that effect. I will hand it forward to Madam Clerk to hand to the prosecutor for her signature, and then we'll forward it on to you, Mr. Moxie.
The Madam Prosecutor certainly has my permission to place my name on it.
Okay, well, actually, as the moving party, she's the only one that is has a requirement.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. We're all set. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is the prosecutor on Saunders?
She is here. She asked for one moment so she can speak with the victim.
Okay, so as soon as they come in, we'll be ready to go.
Sure.
Okay, this is for prosecutor.
Team. Yeah, give me just a second. He's having the prosecutor sign something. I won't be on hold for just a minute. Thank you. Thank you. That's attention. Thank you.
Yes, Saunders, yeah. You're gonna go to that podium. Mr. Saunders is gonna stand at that wheelchair. Let me get the facts for you.
Figure out where all the appropriate places are. Good morning. Good morning. How are you? Good. How are you? Good. Thank you.
Ms. Bailey, do you want your copy on this Al-Badri case?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
This is Saunders, correct?
Yes.
Calling parties on Saunders, case number 2056254, People of the State of Michigan versus Stanley Terry Saunders. The defendant is charged with count 1, false pretenses, $1,000 or more but less than $20,000. Count 2, larceny by conversion, $1,000 or more but less than $20,000. Count 3, larceny, $1,000 or more but less than $20,000. This is scheduled for a preliminary exam.
Thank you. Appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. LaToya Willis, P64900, appearing on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Judge Jill Shinsky on behalf of Mr. Saunders, P70958.
Good morning. And sir, could you please state your name?
Good morning. My name is Stanley Saunders.
Good morning. Okay, today is the date and time set for preliminary examination in this matter. Are we proceeding to an exam?
Judge, I had sent a motion to the court earlier last week, making a request that one of the necessary witnesses be able to testify by video.
Any objection?
Oh, I'm sorry. Since that time, however, that victim she's in the hospital. She's in there this morning. She was willing to testify from the hospital. However, she is being prepped at the very moment for a procedure. I just spoke with her right before coming over here. I know there was an objection from defense to the video testimony. She is a necessary witness for the people, and since she is unavailable due to being hospitalized, I will be asking the court for an adjournment.
Counsel?
I did object to the video testimony from the hospital room. And I had asked in lieu of that for an adjournment or dismissal without prejudice. I will leave that determination up to the court.
Okay, so my determination will turn on whether or not you know or have an idea of when she might be available, or is it indefinite?
So she has been in and out of the hospital. I do have a witness available today, the main witness, the complainant, who we could, if the court chose to, we could begin, and I would ask for a continuance. I was hoping to keep it all together, but I do believe she will be available to the court later. I don't want to say that I could guarantee it on whatever particular date. She has an inflammation of her heart that the doctors have been treating. And so it is estimated that they will come up with a treatment that will fix the problem, but will it be fixed on whatever particular date? I would hope so. Yeah, I believe so. That she's only been in the hospital this past time for the last week, I want to say.
That is, I have to make a determination as to whether or not good cause is shown. Certainly if an individual that's, and I'm assuming she is a necessary witness.
She's a material witness.
It is whether or not good cause is shown depends on what the reasoning that's brought forward. And an individual being in the hospital is certainly good cause that the court would deem would be appropriate for an adjournment. However, that second part of it, not knowing when she might be available leaves me a little bit uncertain, but I'm going to give an opportunity, and that's only because Mr. Saunders is out of custody.
Thank you.
I am going to give an opportunity for the prosecutor to produce that witness as opposed to, and adjourning the matter, as opposed to starting and bifurcating it. We do so much nowadays in the midst of this and hopefully towards the end of this pandemic of bifurcating examinations because we have to. But in an instance like this, I would rather not walk into it with the understanding that we will have to bifurcate it. So in an effort to keep everything together and the record concise, I would like to adjourn this as opposed to starting today and then picking up another day. Yes.
Thank you. Since we are before the court, however, in case she is, even going forward, she's on an immune suppressant, a medication that suppresses her immunity. Would the court consider the motion for the video testimony?
Now, certainly I don't want to place someone in a situation that is dangerous to their health. Madam Defense, your objection was based in what?
Judge, my objection is based in due process and my client's rights. I understand that there's some case law regarding confrontation and whether or not, but there's also some case law that talks about how, the important thing with the preliminary exam is the credibility of the witnesses and, effective assistance of counsel and me being able to cross-examine somebody who's not present that we can't see or, I understand with Zoom, but Zoom is not the same.
You're right, it is not the same. However, given the representations that have been made about the necessary witnesses' health conditions, I have to balance that against this pandemic that we still are in. And the court is still exercising as many precautions as we can. I'm going to allow it over the objection.
Thank you.
And I would just ask that you make sure that your witness is prepared. Actually, can I see both attorneys?
Yes.
Okay, I've had an opportunity to speak with both counsel in a sidebar, and over Madam Defense's objection to Zoom testimony from the necessary witness, I am going to allow it, as Madam Prosecutor has laid out the medical concerns that the witness has. And I am certainly not comfortable with placing the necessary witness, who is apparently very cooperative with the prosecution, but is just struck with some medical challenges right now. I'm not going to place that individual in a situation that is going to be detrimental to her health, potentially, given further explanation that has been given by Madam Prosecutor. So again, I just want to be very clear on the reasons why I am going to grant that request for video testimony over counsel's objection. But I would just ask, and I've indicated off the record as well, that the witness be prepared with whatever device she's going to be using, familiarizing herself to the extent that she knows how to work the audio, that she knows how to work the video, because her video will be required for us to be able to see her. And also she will need to be in a room where she is the sole occupant. And if there are documents that she may need to refer to, again, I think we spoke about this off the record. I want to please make sure that Madam Prosecutor will tender said documents to the defense, even if they've already been tendered, and I'm assuming they have by way of discovery, so that Madam Defense knows precisely what may be in front of the witness in the event her memory needs to be refreshed, as this is a 2016 case. So it may be met with some challenges, but we'll try our best to kind of navigate through that. And we'll just need to select a new date. Can we find an October date, Madam Clerk?
October 14th at 11 a.m.
October 14th?
Yes.
That works for the people.
That works for defense. You said 11 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay, now, I am assuming that given what has been placed on the record, that the defendant and defense counsel, the prosecutor, however, will still be in person. Am I correct in assuming that?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Judge.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Okay, we will see you on that date, October 14th at 11 a.m.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you. You too, take care.
I'm good. We're just gonna keep it here.
I saw Miss Watt on Zoom, so.
Christina Georgian.
Now I don't see her. There's Mr. Miss Dornick, Mr. Collins should be calling in. Is that his client?
It is.
Okay.
So what you're gonna do is you're going to that website and just stay on what they're on. See, understand? Okay.
Well, as soon as Miss Watt pops back up, we'll call it.
Okay.
I don't have anything else at the moment.
Pete, did you want to take a 5-minute break? Sure.
morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I am well. How is everyone?
Good, thank you.
Good. Parties on George. There's Mr. Collins.
Oh, yes.
Oh, there he is. Calling case number 2060609. The people of the state versus Christina George. The defendant is charged with count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon, felonious assault. Count 2, domestic violence. This is scheduled for a preliminary exam.
Thank you. Appearances, please.
Jacob Bloomers on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Coral Watt appearing on behalf of Miss George.
And Miss George, could you please state your name?
Christina George.
Thank you. Okay, today is the date and time set for a preliminary examination. And this was set for what time?
9.
9 a.m.
9. Are we proceeding to exams?
Your Honor, at this time, the complaining witness, Joe Kennedy, is not present in the courthouse. I spoke with the complaining witness on January 20th of this year, and then again last week on July 19th. Both times he told me he did not want to go forward with the case, would not be present today. Without his presence participation, the people are unable to go forward.
Is there a motion?
Yes, Your Honor. This matter be dismissed.
Okay, it is currently 10:05. This matter was set for 9 a.m. and the complaining witness has failed to show. As such, I am going to dismiss this matter. And let me just say that I'm actually going to dismiss without prejudice as it relates to count 1 and count 2. The reason why I'm also dismissing the misdemeanor is because of what Mr. just said. If Mr. Bloomers had not made those representations, then the misdemeanor would be set for a pretrial if we just did not know what was going on with the complaining witness. Mr. Bloomers, do you have any objection to that?
No, and if the court didn't do it, I was going to motion for it. So,
all right.
Given this circumstance.
Yes, and the fact that the complaining witness has been very forthright, forthright's not the word I'm looking for, not to suggest that he's not forthright, but he's been very forward with regards to his feelings about proceeding. So with that being said, I am going to dismiss without prejudice both counts 1 and count 2. Are you fitted with a GPS cutter?
No.
Okay, I just need your signature, Madam Defense,
Yes,
as the
Your Honor.
moving party. Is there anything further?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. You can
Nothing
have a seat.
from-
Okay.
Just waiting in the hallway over here.
And you can bring out Mr. Kelly.
Kelly, step out.
Calling parties on Kelly, case number 2158941. The people of the state of Michigan versus Charles Kelly. The defendant is charged with count 1, robbery armed, count 2, robbery unarmed, count 3, weapons, firearms, possession by felon, count 4, weapons carrying concealed, count 5 and 6, weapons, felony, firearms, habitual offender, fourth offense notice. This is scheduled for a preliminary exam.
Thank you. Appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Dornick appearing on behalf of the people, P79420.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Harold Collins, P56805, on behalf of Mr. Charles Kelly, who is present in the courtroom, I do believe. Mr. Kelly, state your name for the record.
Charles DeJuan Kelly.
Thank you. Okay, today was the date set for a preliminary examination. I'm going to assume that we are not proceeding to an exam because defense counsel and the prosecution are not here. Can we make a record of this?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so, I mean, I did hear off the record the reasons, but if you could state on the record so that your client understands why we're not proceeding to an exam.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. All of my discovery material is on my home office computer. I have been without power over the last couple of days and unable to retrieve the material necessary to conduct a preliminary exam on this date. So we're asking this honorable court for a brief adjournment of, I believe, just over a week or so.
Ms. Prosecutor, do you have any objection to that request?
No, Judge, I obviously believe it's important that Mr. Collins be prepared for a preliminary examination. I have no objection. I would ask the court to consider something after or on August 10th, because I am going to be in a jury trial at Frank Murphy next week, and that will fall over to 8/9, so I will not be available next week.
Okay, so Mr. Kelly, the reason why I wanted you present in the courtroom is because I wanted you to understand what was going on. Certainly, I do see the merit in the request to adjourn, because your attorney not only wants to allow you to have your day in court, but he wants to represent you intelligently. And if he has not had an opportunity due to the unfortunate circumstance of the power, we've been having quite a bit of inclement weather lately. And apparently he's had power issues. And if he's not prepared to proceed to an examination, it would not be fair to you if he proceeded on these very serious allegations that you're facing. He proceeded without being fully prepared. Do you understand what's going on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's why the request is being made by your attorney to adjourn this matter. I find good cause to do so, and we're going to adjourn it. Can we, seeing as though he is in custody, can we adjourn it to August 10th?
August 10th at 10 a.m.
August 10th at 10? Mr.
Yes,
Collins?
that's a good date, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your
Okay.
Honor.
We will see you back in court, sir. It's an in-person examination. We'll see you back in court, Mr. Kelly, on that date, August 10th at 10 a.m.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Judge.
Thanks for zooming.
Judge, before we go off the record, though this is an adjournment, could we ask the court to proceed with a DSU report in the interim?
Absolutely. I will make a
Okay.
notation with you
Thank you,
referral.
Judge.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Do we have the parties on Sims?
I
don't think
don't know about.
Jefferson is not here.
We don't have Sim, we have Hogan ready.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, I guess bring Hogan in then.
Mr. Hogan, here, go stand with that left here. Sir. Just hold this up.
The one is from last week, so you may have already done. I'm sure it's a travel, it's a travel. And the one is from Mr.
Monday Miracle.
Calling parties on Hogan. Case number 2058730, the people of the state of Michigan versus Demetrius Byron Hogan. The defendant is charged with count 1, weapons carrying concealed, commission of a felony with a motor vehicle advisory. This is scheduled for a preliminary exam.
Thank you. Appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good morning, Neighborhood Defender Service by Kate DeMont Brady, the 83667, on behalf of Mr. Demetrius Hogan, who's with us in the courtroom. Mr. Hogan, will you please state your name?
Hello, good morning. I'm Demetrius Byron Hogan.
Thank you. What's your pleasure today? What's your pleasure today? Are we proceeding to
Yes,
exam?
we are proceeding to exam. Good morning. Yes.
How many witnesses do you intend on calling?
1, Your Honor.
Any preliminary matters to tend to?
None for the people.
And nothing from the bench.
Okay, first witness.
Your Honor, at this time, we would call Officer Marty Dara to the stand.
Okay. Please, if you would state your full name and spell your first and last name for the record.
Yes, Your Honor, Officer Dara, first name Marty, last name Dara.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're going to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Make your way over here to this little half gate that opens up towards you. And Madam Prosecutor, once he's situated in the witness chair, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. morning. Could you please restate your name for the record?
Marty Darrow?
Are you currently employed with the Detroit Police Department?
Yes,
In what capacity are you employed?
as a police officer
How long have you been employed as a police officer?
for about 3 years.
Were you employed on July 18th, 2020?
Yes,
Did you in fact work that date?
yes,
By yourself or with a partner?
I was with a partner.
What is or was your partner's name at that time?
His name was Officer Raphael Pierce.
Were you in full or modified uniform?
Full uniform,
Were you on foot or in a scout car?
in a scout car.
Was the scout car fully marked or something else?
It was fully marked.
Did your duties as a police officer take you to the area at or near Greenview and Joy Road?
Yes,
Is that here in the city of Detroit,
yes,
Wayne County?
yes.
What is that location?
There's a liquor store in that area right by the Greenview and Joy Road.
And why did you go there?
We were patrolling that area. I observed vehicle conduct U-turn, park right beside the liquor store. So my partner drove in that area. I ran the license plate, which came back uninsured.
So were you driving or in the
I
passenger
was in the
seat?
passenger seat.
And I'm sorry, you said you ran the car. How did you do that?
So I observed the license plate and I ran it through lean,
And what did your lien search indicate to you?
that it was uninsured.
And what, if anything, did you do, once you discovered that the car was uninsured?
I advised my partner.
And what, if anything, did you do next?
We conducted a traffic stop. My partner next. He activated the lights. Being a passenger, I approached on the passenger side of the vehicle.
And when you and your partner focused on the driver's side?
My partner focused on the driver's side.
How many people were in the car?
Just one.
Do you see the person that was in the vehicle that you conducted a traffic stop on here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Could you please point to him and tell me something that he's wearing?
The gentleman sitting over there in the green shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect identification?
The record will reflect identification of the defendant.
So what, if anything, happened after you approached the passenger side of the car?
So as we got out, the gentleman stepped out of the vehicle. So then I just made the observation that no one else in the vehicle, that I approached my partner and we spoke with the gentleman who got out of the vehicle.
So I know that you're talking about you and your partner a lot, and I would just ask that you stick to what you specifically did, okay? So did you say that you observed the defendant get out of his vehicle?
Yes, so the driver's side.
And what, if anything, happened after he stepped out of his vehicle?
I asked for a license. My partner asked for a license. I was standing by. He was making initial contact. So there was not a license provided. So he was placed in handcuffs pending further investigation.
And what if anything happened after you ascertained that he did not have a driver's license on his person?
So I conducted a search of the vehicle. My partner let me know that consent was provided, even though he already had no license.
So
Objection is the hearsay.
Your response? Oh, I'm sorry, your response?
Yes, Your Honor.
When I rule automatically, I often find that the opposing person says, well, wait a second, Judge, I didn't get a chance to respond. Your response?
Your Honor, I don't believe that I have an exception or an
Objection
exclusion.
sustained, thanks.
When did you place Mr. Hogan in handcuffs?
My partner did.
Do you know why the defendant was placed in handcuffs?
Could not provide his license. He said he dropped it in the vehicle.
So after he, did you ever call a tow for the car?
I don't recall if I specifically called it, but the tow was called by my partner or I, when I was called.
And do you know why a tow truck was called to collect the vehicle?
After I recovered a firearm from the vehicle.
So, okay. Was the tow truck called because the car was uninsured or something else?
Because he was under arrest. He was under arrest. There was consent provided. I conducted the search.
Objection, we already, hearsay, we already stated that he's saying he heard something through his partner. His partner is not testifying, that's your objection.
So, did you hear the defendant give consent?
No. The way we operate is my partner will advise me.
Okay. So, without was Mr. Hogan under arrest prior to the search of the vehicle?
Objection, asked and answered. You already said he was detained to further investigate not having a license.
Where is it? I need everyone to keep their microphones muted. Thank you so much. Your response?
Your Honor, I'm just asking for clarification.
Objection overruled. Please answer the question.
Was Mr. Hogan under arrest prior to you searching the vehicle?
No.
Wait, so the question is a little confusing. So
I believe, may I? Yes. That he was detained and that he was placed under arrest after the vehicle search was completed.
Is that correct, Officer Dara?
He was placed in handcuffs by a partner, which I can't say, before the NOP, and then I conducted the search of the vehicle, so.
Okay.
It's a communication with me and my partner, so I can't speak on what he said, so.
So was the search conducted because the defendant was under arrest or something else?
Something.
What's your last name? In order for me to answer your question, I need to look it up on my
I might have a moment, Your Honor.
yes.
I have spoken to him this morning, so, do you have a case number or something? And what was the name of the case? 233. Judge Archer's cooking. So you even have a case number? What's your last name? And your first name?
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness.
Cross-examination.
Nothing from the defense.
Thank you, Dr. Sturgeon. Exit the courtroom. Next witness.
Your Honor, the people don't have any further witnesses and at this time would be moving for dismissal.
Thank you. Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Matter is dismissed without prejudice. I will need the prosecutors to sign this. And sir, do you have on a GPS tether that needs to be removed?
Mr. Hogan, you do not have a tether, correct?
No. Okay. Madam, defense, if you could stick around just for a moment, you can get a copy.
Absolutely, thank
of
you.
this dismissal, and Mr. Hogan, you can have a seat in the hallway.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
No, but it doesn't. February 22nd, we were given an in-person exam. But it hasn't, it's only July, so we haven't gone to August yet. It's scheduled for next month.
I think I needed to sign that.
I apologize.
No worries.
Okay, your tickets might have been dismissed, but your felony matter was not, because it's not dismissed as a probable cause. I'm listening to you.
I'm like, wake up in the middle of the night, just shout my key.
Thank
you so much.
Okay. Okay. That's correct. If you were there and another court date was given for an in-person exam, so I need you to call your attorney. I have your attorney's information.
I checked the jail.
Carolyn Marsh. Carolyn Marsh is your attorney in this case. So if you want to take her number down and maybe she can help you. But this case is still pending and has an in-person exam scheduled for August 24th.
This one.
11. No, oh no, you'll have to, but I just need you to call and talk to your attorney. Okay. What's your birthday?
I do find myself thinking that I would just really like.
It's Carolyn Marsh.
This is like your sense of the weekend.
Yeah.
Is your house better as well?
522.
Yeah. My basement, my.
7265.
And then maybe I'm ready.
Yeah, the last place.
Yeah, you can call it. I mean, if she doesn't answer, she may be bored. I don't know her schedule, just leave her. Okay, all right, good luck. This is in person. It is scheduled for an in-person.
You want me to call the attorney?
Exam.
Or hold on?
Okay,
All right.
okay, just talk to your attorney. She can explain it all to you, okay? Do we have anything else? Did anyone show up on? What? Oh, okay. All right, let me finish this. I don't know, just let me finish this. I was asking a question and I don't know. Let me finish this.
58381, the people of the state of Michigan versus Antonio Charles Davis. The defendant is charged with count 1, operating license suspended, revoked, denied, causing serious injury. This is scheduled for a.
Thank you. Appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Brian Johnson for the people, P84143.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sally Irwin on behalf of Antonio Davis, 32405.
And your client.
Client is Antonio Davis, and Your Honor, he's probably COVID. He's at the hospital right now.
Okay. And
So
what is your request?
I'm requesting an adjournment.
Certainly, when determining good cause, that would be an explanation as to why he is not here, and good cause for him not to be here if he is at the hospital and potentially sick with COVID or exposed to COVID, one or the other. Thank you for that representation. And with that being said, we need to secure, I'm assuming that defense, Madam Defense has been in touch with Mr. Prosecutor in advance of this proceeding such that he was able to call off witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so we need to secure a new date. The defendant is out on bond, so it will not be right around the corner, nor can it really be if he is, has been exposed. So we're looking probably, Madam Clerk, somewhere in October.
October 18th at 10:30. Ms. Irwin, you're already here at 10.
October 18th at 10:30?
Yes.
I can do that.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. In-person examination, October 18th at 10:30.
Very good. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Nice to see you.
Likewise.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Yeah. Your case is up tomorrow, sir.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yep, no problem.
Yeah.
weaker. And I don't have, police on here.
Parties on Lane Street.
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, are we ready now? Was that gonna be a hold? Or was it a-
I'm not sure about Lane, but this one is in custody.
Okay, no, if it was a quick dismissal or something, we would do it.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay, I got you. Are we ready?
No.
This is me printing out there.
Oh, okay.
They're on their way.
You want me to hold on one lane now?
Hold them off.
No. Are we ready?
Tammy, if I can just check on my civilian, the officer said they didn't check in. I have his phone number. Can I just be sure?
Okay, I mean, we got, okay. Was Lane gonna be a hold?
No, ma'am.
Let's call it in while he's doing whatever he's doing. Sorry.
This holds out. You're gonna
Stand at the podium, just stand by the podium. Calling parties on Lane, case number 2061571. The people of the state of Michigan versus Mark Anthony Lane. The defendant is charged with count 1, weapons, firearms, possession by felon. Count 2, weapons, felony firearm. Count 3, weapons carried concealed. Habitual offender, second offense notice, commission of a felony with a motor vehicle advisory. This is scheduled for a preliminary exam.
Thank you. Appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Brenda Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good morning, Ellen Michaels, P6794, on behalf of Mark Lane, is present in court.
Thank you. And your name, sir?
Mark Anthony Lane.
Thank you. With today being the date and time set for a preliminary examination, are we proceeding to an exam today?
We are not, Your Honor. The people subpoenaed and provided all subpoenas to witnesses. I was informed that Corporal Vela, the OIC in this matter, provided subpoenas a secondary time late last week. I also sent out a reminder, Your Honor, and no witnesses are present for the people to be able to proceed.
Is there a motion?
The defense makes a motion to dismiss.
That motion is granted, given the representations that have been made. The matter is going to be dismissed without prejudice, which means, sir, that it is possible that the matter can be reissued. If you have questions regarding the how and the why of that, please make sure you speak with your attorney and she will explain it to you in greater detail. Do you have on a GPS tether that needs to be removed?
Correct.
Do you have one on for this case?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, I'll draw an order, Judge.
No, well, if you'd like to.
No, you can. You can.
When you say, I believe I do, are you not sure if it's for this case, or you're not sure if you're wearing a GPS tether?
No, yes, my tether's on right now.
Oh, okay.
10 o'clock curfew.
I'm trying to find the pretrial order just to make sure that it's on for this case and not some other case. Debbie, can you, can I tell you to print on that Harlan or look it up? I see he had a personal bond, but.
I don't see where the tether was ordered on this case, Judge.
Madam Defense, does he have another matter for which the tether could have been imposed?
Yeah, yes. I believe it's the other matter. My file doesn't indicate any information about the bond. Was that, if I could have one moment?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's not for this case, Judge.
Okay, I'm not going to include that language on the order. I do, however, need your signature as the moving party. I'm handing that up to Madam Clerk right now. And you can have a seat in the hallway, Mr. Lane. Paperwork will be coming out in just a moment.
Thank you, John.
You're welcome.
I give you a copy in just a second.
Okay.
You just hold it. You can just drop it.
I'll just drop it.
I've got to fill some stuff in.
I'll go in the hallway.
You can just kind of wait over there and then they'll bring it to you.
Wonderful. That's all right.
Thank you. Oh, thanks.
Right, thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Yeah, you too.
Wonderful day.
You too, take care.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Judge, you want me to go wrangle Mr. Buckton?
Please.
Yeah, we've got a- Judge, I sent an email to Ms. Jefferson on that other in custody matter. I couldn't leave a voicemail. It was full.
My partner just told me she's in the hall.
Oh, is that gonna be a go?
I'm not sure.
Sims, is that yours?
It is. I don't know if I have any witnesses.
manager at his office, Judge.
Can you check, see if we have witnesses on Sims, please?
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
Sims, on
Sims.
Sims,
We have Ms. Jefferson is out there right now.
but are the witnesses there?
I have an OIC and a police officer, that's all I have.
Okay,
So then, yep, we got it.
then it's gonna be a go then.
As far as I know, I haven't heard anything different from Ms. Jefferson.
Okay.
Sims as a whole.
Okay. Then whoever's first, we need to get going. Mr. Slusky needs to come in.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. Be waiting all day.
He's on his way in, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Calling parties on Clement, case number 20622764. The people of the state of Michigan versus James Andrew Clement. The defendant is charged with count 1, stolen property, receiving and concealing motor vehicle. Count 2, motor vehicle, unlawful driving away. Count 3, stolen property, receiving and concealing $1,000 or more, but less than $20,000. Habitual offender, second offense notice. This is scheduled for a preliminary hearing.
Thank you. Appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jacob Slusky on behalf of the people, PA 3677.
And good morning, Your Honor, Neighborhood Defender Service by Stephanie Farkas, P74227, appearing on behalf of Mr. Clement, who's present in the courtroom and standing behind me. Mr. Clement, please state your name for the record.
James Andrew Clement.
Thank you. What's your pleasure today? Are we proceeding to an exam?
Judge, the defense is ready to proceed.
The people are prepared, Your Honor.
Any preliminary matters?
Judge, I would just ask for a mutual sequestration order. I don't think it's an issue at this point, but I would just ask the court to order.
Sequestration will be granted. The courtroom is already clamped down in terms of spectators. There are none in the courtroom. The only individuals in the courtroom are those working the courtroom and those directly connected to this matter. The second tier of sequestration is the Zoom gallery, for which there are no other parties other than the court and Ms. Farkas, except for Justin's iPhone. I'm going to put that individual in a waiting room. And the person with Justin's iPhone, if you have a question, please call 965-2282. 965-2282. The third tier to sequestration is that we are live streaming on YouTube. So if there is anyone watching the live stream that should not be watching because you're either a witness or a potential witness, you should stop from watching the proceedings now to maintain the integrity of this process. First witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the people call Matthew Irvin.
your full name, sir, and spell your first and last name for the record. Please state your full name and spell your first and last name for the record.
Matthew Urban. My first name is Matthew. Last name Ervin.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand.
Yep.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're going to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You may have a seat over here. That half gate will swing open towards you and then have a seat. Mr. Prosecutor, your witness once he's settled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please take your name for the record?
Matthew Urban.
And do you recall an event that occurred on December 26th of 2020?
Yes.
Did something on that date bring you into court today?
Yep.
And what happened on that date?
On that day, the key fob to my keyless car, the battery in it died. So it would no longer start my car. I got my car started with it, but was afraid that I wasn't going to be able to get it started again.
Did you take your car somewhere?
I did, to buy a new key fob battery, and this was at Rite Aid on Warren Ave in Midtown.
Is that in Wayne County, Detroit?
Yep.
And what happened once you were at the Rite Aid?
Once I was at the Rite Aid, my car was still on and I had it parked. I drive a stick shift. I put it in neutral, pulled my e-brake up, got out, took the key out of my key fob, and sat that on my seat and took the key with me, not thinking about the fact that if somebody pressed the button on my door, they would be able to get in it, since my key fob is inside and all I had is the key to unlock the door on the outside. So I go in the Rite Aid to get this battery, and I purchase it, come back outside, my car is off. And that's my first alarm to something happening. And at first I thought it was just a mechanical issue with my car. It had turned itself off. So I walked around the corner of my car to get in it, and James Clement got out.
We'll repeat that.
I walked around the back end of my car to get into my vehicle.
Can I stop you there?
Yes.
So after you walk around to the back of your car, do you observe somebody?
In my car, I have pretty tinted windows. So I could see a silhouette, but that's it.
So what happened after you walk around to the driver's side of your car?
Once I walk around to the driver's side of my car, he exits my car.
And you
Opens the
said
door.
he. Do you see anyone here in court today that was that same individual? And feel free to stand up. I know we have masks on because of the pandemic. We can ask that people remove their mask if you're.
Yeah, if he could remove his mask.
If everyone could remove their masks for just 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, I believe that's him.
Okay, now you said that's him. Can you identify an article of clothing they're wearing?
Actually, he said, I believe that's him.
Okay.
I did.
And so is there an individual in court today that you remember from that incident?
I remember his eyes from here. I believe that's him.
And can you identify something they're wearing for the record?
No. It was cold outside.
I mean here in court, the individual, what they're wearing in court today.
Oh, like what they were wearing that day?
Yes, for the record to
Got it.
reflect that you've
Okay.
identified it.
Well, he was wearing a winter coat.
He thinks you're asking about the date in question.
Yeah.
I'm asking about right now today, because we're
No.
writing all of this down, what you're saying, and I want
Yes.
the written record to reflect your identification.
Sure.
Can you tell us something that that individual is wearing in court today, right now?
Oh, okay. Green short sleeve shirt.
And you stated that you believe that was the individual inside your car?
Yes.
And so what happened after you walk around to the driver's side door of your car?
He gets out of my car and looks at me, and my first thought was maybe I'm at the wrong vehicle. So I look over my shoulder and I look at my license plate. It was my license plate. So
What is your license plate?
CDG 617.
And you confirm that by looking that that was your car?
Yes.
And what happened next?
He looked at me and put up his hands and said that he was sorry. And I asked him what he was doing in my car, and he said that he just needed to go somewhere. And I looked in the door of my car and seen that my car was no longer in neutral. It was in first gear. E-brake was still pulled up.
And what did that indicate to you?
Indicated to me that somebody tried to put it in reverse, not knowing that my car is a 6-speed manual transmission, so it has a lockout, which means you have to pull it up and put it in where first gear is. The lockout was not pulled up. So it appeared that they tried to put it in reverse because I was parked in front of a wall. And when they couldn't put it in reverse, they stalled it because they put it in first gear. Just basically not knowing how to operate a stick. So I asked him, do you not know how to drive manual? And that's why you couldn't take my car.
Okay, so I'm gonna just ask that, as opposed to the witness giving a long narrative, this must proceed in a question and answer format. Is there a question on the table?
Thank you, Your Honor. And so, the kind of car that you drive, you stated you drive a stick shift.
Yeah.
Is that an easy car to operate if someone is not familiar with a stick shift?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Objection sustained.
So if someone were to attempt to reverse your vehicle, how would they do that?
If they were attempting to do it knowing how to do it,
Correct,
or
that's
not
correct.
knowing.
Yes, I apologize. What's the actual?
I would get in my car, disengage my parking brake, clutch in my vehicle, and take my shift lever and lift up the lockout underneath it and put it where first gear is.
And what again did Mr. Clement do to your vehicle when he was in the driver's seat?
I doubt he even used my clutch. I think he just jammed it in first
Objection,
gear
Your
and
Honor,
stalled it.
speculation.
Objection sustained.
So what did you observe was different about the way that you left your vehicle when you came back to it from when you went to the store?
I mean, key thing, vehicle's off and it's in a gear. I didn't put it in.
Repeat it, please. I'm sorry.
I said the key thing is my vehicle was off and it was engaged in a gear that I didn't put it in.
And so if your vehicle was an automatic,
Yes.
would that change of gear effectively put it in reverse so that someone could pull away with it?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Your Honor, it goes to.
Objection overruled.
Thank you. So if your car wasn't automatic, what would the change have made? What would someone be able to do with the car if it wasn't automatic instead of a stick shift?
Putting it in that gear would have meant that
Objection,
you
Your Honor, I
would
don't know
reverse.
if this witness has enough foundation to be able to testify.
Mr. Slusky, would you like to lay a foundation prior to asking that?
Will do, Your Honor. Mr. Irvin, have you driven an automatic car before?
Yes,
Are you aware of the differences between how to operate a stick shift and an automatic?
very much so.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
And so the change that you observed when you had come back to your vehicle, if that vehicle were an automatic, what would someone have been able to do if it were an automatic?
They would have been able to pull away. They would have been able to steal the vehicle. I don't understand what the mix up here is. The car was off and it was clear that he caused it.
Thank you. But because of the way that your stick shift operates, someone was not able to pull away because they did not disengage the clutch, is that
Yes.
accurate? Thank you. And what kind of car do you drive?
A 2014 Nissan Juke.
And were there any items that you had inside the vehicle?
Yes.
What did you have inside the vehicle?
I had my cell phone, I had clothes, and I had my camera bag because I am a photographer, so I was carrying camera equipment.
And how much is that camera equipment worth?
The stuff in my camera bag is at least $3,000. My phone is worth $1,200. And clothes are not high value.
And I didn't hear the last answer.
The clothes are not high value. That were there. It's mainly my camera bag and my phone.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Okay. Well, okay, I'm gonna give you the phone number.
Good morning, Mr. Irvin.
Good morning.
Did you see the person enter your vehicle?
No.
No. Okay, so you only, were walking out of the CVS in the parking lot and then noticed what you testified was a silhouette in your vehicle, correct?
Someone got out of my vehicle.
But you
So
testified,
that would imply that they got in my vehicle, yes.
but you testified that you initially saw a silhouette through your tinted windows, correct?
Movement,
Okay,
that would be more accurate.
okay, and then that individual then got out of the vehicle and made
Yes.
contact with you?
Yes,
Okay. And, isn't it true that he told you that he was just trying to stay warm?
no. I never heard that from him.
You don't recall him saying that?
No,
Okay. And nothing that was actually in your vehicle was actually taken, correct?
no, I had him empty his pockets.
Okay. And Judge, at this time, I would move for admission of defense. Is it number or letter, Ms. Jones? Letter. Okay. Defense exhibit A and B, I believe a stipulation for Mr. Slusky.
Okay, defense, exhibit A and B will be admitted.
And Judge, I would ask for permission to publish.
Okay.
And before I start this, do you recognize this parking lot, Mr. Urban?
Yes.
And that's the parking lot of the CVS where your vehicle was parked?
Yeah, it
correct?
sure is. My car's the third one on the right.
And that's the silver one,
Yep,
correct?
yep.
Okay. And Judge, I'd just like to note the way the format that this video is provided, it's in very slow seconds that go by. But the timestamp is on the bottom left. The timestamp does say December 26, 2020, time 4:25 PM with the second smarts increasing. Is that you walking towards the vehicle?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay. And at this frame, we can see, it looks like somebody that's just stepped out of your vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And you can see where I'm standing in the back of my car where I can look right over my right shoulder and see my plate.
And then the person steps out of the vehicle, correct?
Yeah,
And you guys are having some sort of exchange?
this is where we're having discourse about me figuring out what he was trying to do
Okay.
and where I had him empty his pockets. He was being non-violent towards me.
And then again, there was nothing of your belongings in the vehicle that was in any of his pockets, correct?
No.
And your vehicle has not moved from that parking spot where you left it, correct?
No. But potential damage could have still been done.
My question was, it has not moved from that parking spot where you left it, correct?
Correct.
And it was at the same exact location where you parked it, not moved at all, correct?
Correct.
redirect, Your Honor.
Okay.
So the defense asked if there was anything that belonged to you in Mr. Clement's pockets.
Yeah.
Was there anything that belonged to you in his pockets?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any follow-up?
No, Judge.
Thank you. You may exit the courtroom, sir.
Thank you.
Any further witnesses for the prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Madam Defense?
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge, no witnesses.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
There is, Your Honor, at this time, the people move to bind the defendant over. As far as the receiving and concealing goes, there was testimony from the owner of the vehicle, Mr. Irvin, that he was at a drugstore in Wayne County, Detroit, that he went inside and had returned. And when he returned, he stated that he observed Mr. Clement inside the vehicle. He confirmed that that was his car by the license plate and also that he drove it there. He stated that based on how the transmission and the clutch were configured, that if it wasn't automatic, someone would have been able to pull away, but because of how the stick shift operates, someone attempted to drive away with that vehicle, but again, because of the complexity of the stick shift, that they were not able to do so. Additionally, Mr. Irvin testified that there was camera equipment located in the vehicle valued at about $3,000. The people would move to amend count 3 to reflect camera equipment as opposed to the 2014 Nissan Altima. And would move to bind the defendant over with two amendments. One is to amend count 3 to reflect the camera equipment and to amend count 2 to attempted unlawfully drive away. The people will reserve the remainder of our argument on rebuttal. Thank you.
Madam Defense?
Judge, I would ask the court to dismiss count 3 as requested, amended by the people. The testimony was that Mr. Clement did not have any of Mr. Irvin's items in his possession when he exited the vehicle, that there was.
Madam Defense?
Would you, I'm sorry, I'll go to the. Thank you. I'll start over again, Judge, just for a clear record. Judge, I'm asking the court to dismiss count 3 as amended by the people regarding the camera equipment. There's testimony that from Mr. Irvin that there was nothing of his property or items on Mr. Clement or in his pockets when he exited the vehicle. There isn't any evidence to show that he either attempted or even specifically tried to possess or conceal any of the camera equipment in the vehicle. Based on the timestamps from the videos that I admitted, Your Honor, the whole duration that Mr. Clement was actually in the vehicle was approximately 45 seconds, which is a very short period of time. Regarding the attempt unlawfully driving away an automobile, again, I would ask the court to dismiss that charge as well. Again, the car did not move in any way from the spot where it was parked, and the fact that Mr. Clement was in the vehicle, I would argue is still insufficient by probable cause to aid in that. And if you give me just 1 second, Judge. Again, I would argue that there was insufficient evidence presented that Mr. Clement actually intended to drive the vehicle away. That may be an issue of fact the court determines it, but I would ask for a dismissal. And then in terms of the receiving and concealing a stolen motor vehicle, Your Honor, the elements for that offense are that the property was stolen or explicitly represented to the defendant as being stolen, embezzled, or converted property. I don't think that there's been sufficient evidence to show that. Again, I don't think there's even evidence that Mr. Clement intended to convert the property or to possess the property longer than the time he was actually in the vehicle. He exited the vehicle before Mr. Urban even approached to the vehicle. And again, I would ask the court to dismiss the charges.
Mr. Slesky?
Yes, just a few points. So the camera equipment referring to in count 3 was inside the vehicle by receiving and concealing the vehicle and attempting to drive that away. They effectively did possess it and attempted to receive and conceal that property as well. Additionally, Mr. Irvin testified that if his car were an automatic, then based on the change that happened to his transmission, that someone would have been able to drive away. And it's the people's contention that that change was made in an attempt to drive that vehicle away. And the only reason that it wasn't driven away was because of how his stick shift in particular operates differently than an automatic. Further, Mr. Urban testified that James Clement made a statement to him that he was just trying to go somewhere, indicating that he intended to take the vehicle to a different location. The people believe that we've met our burden for probable cause to prove that the defendant probably committed the offenses for which he's accused and that those offenses did in fact occur. And the people would ask this court to find over as previously stated. Thank you.
Thank you. Having heard the testimony and coupled with watching the video as well, I am satisfied that the prosecution has met their burden with regards to count 1, as well as count 2 being amended to attempt, and count 3 with the amendment of the camera equipment in lieu of the 2014 Nissan Altima. The matter is going to be bound over to the circuit court for further proceedings with an AOI date of, today's the 26th, it'll be Monday, August 2nd. If I could ask you, Mr. Prosecutor, to please provide the MCL numbers to Madam Clerk. Anything further?
No, Judge, thank you.
Nothing from the table.
Right, just wait a minute.
Your Honor, you want the MCL for?
No, not verbally. You can.
I need you to write it down, because I don't make the entries until later.
For the attempts?
Whatever you amended.
For the attempt,
Okay.
for the amendment, or just the, I guess the amendment will just, I would ask that you provide a first amended complaint to Madam Prosecutor and one for the court as well. Not this court, but certainly it needs to be made, it needs to be filed. The first amended with the language change that you just requested that I granted.
Of course, thank you.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so that's something different. So this is. You want. So do you want to? Do you have the card dates? Yeah, so. This is not on his. Okay.
Have a good day, everyone.
He's
You
not
too,
in
take care.
custody, when he's not on video, he doesn't remember the judge. So they probably don't know he's locked up in that other case, not this case. Okay, so do you want me to kick this over and then have him get the jail, notify the jail so they can bring him up on video? You want it tomorrow or Wednesday? Yeah, if he's in jail, they don't always know, because So in this case, it wasn't, there's nothing over and, you know, okay, I'll kick it over to the 28th. Okay. That's okay, no problem. That's okay. Yeah, no, I'll fix it and hopefully they'll have it on video. Okay, all right, okay. Ms. Bailey, are you on Tiburon, Timothy Tiburon?
Yeah.
So he's in custody on another case out of Lincoln Park. Mr. McAlpine didn't know anything about today, so I'm gonna kick this over to Wednesday and then have him, try to get him up on video from the jail. Okay, are we ready on Sims?
Yeah.
Calling parties on Sims, case number 2062534, the people of the state of Michigan versus David Sims. The defendant is charged with count 1, breaking and entering a building with intent. Count 2, large community building, habitual offender, third offense notice. This is scheduled for a preliminary exam.
Thank you. Appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joy Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good morning, Your Honor. Thomas C. Jefferson, on behalf of Mr. David Sims, P42872, Mr. Sims is present.
Please state your name.
David L. Sims.
Thank you. Are we proceeding to an exam?
Your Honor, the people are mostly able to proceed. I would be asking for an adjournment. I found out this morning that my officer in charge, who is a necessary witness, is on furlough and will be on furlough for the next 2.5 weeks. He is a necessary witness, Your Honor, for certain elements of this case. And as I just found out this morning, this is the earliest opportunity that I had to notify both Ms. Jefferson and the court, so I'd be asking for a good cause adjournment.
I'm sorry, when did you say what did you say he's doing?
He is on furlough.
This exam was set in January, and we've got an individual, Mr. Sims, who's sitting. Is your client going to waive?
Your Honor, given the circumstances, we would ask for a dismissal. Mr. Sims, this case, as court said, was set in January. This case was set months ago.
This case was set months ago, January 21st for July 26th examination. I not only understand, I overstand that you have no control over whether or not officers are on furlough or whether you do or don't have information. I know as an officer of the court, you're representing truthfully as to when you became aware of this issue. But that issue is now Mr. Sims' issue. And has Mr. Sims been sentenced? Wait, he couldn't have been. When was he put in custody? He was out on bond in January. Why was he picked up?
I turned myself in, Judge.
Madam Defense?
Your Honor,
There's more to it here.
Well, Your Honor, I know as I talked to Mr. Sims today, I know at one point he was out.
He was.
And then I don't know what happened, but he said he turned himself in.
Oh, okay, he turned himself in on another offense. Does anybody, we're gonna pause. I just need some clarification because he wasn't picked up. He hasn't been sitting since January. So before I make a determination, I need someone to help me find out.
Okay.
When was he in custody? Why is he in custody?
Right.
Judge, he's got our exam today and he has 2 other exams scheduled in front of Judge Jones in August and September. So he has 2 other cases pending.
Which is interesting because he wouldn't, when those were set, he wouldn't have been in custody either.
Right.
So does he have a 4th case that he's just been picked up on?
It looks like he was scheduled for probable cause, yes, July 8th. He was in front of Judge, he got a new case.
In front of which judge?
Judge Jones.
So she has 3 of his cases?
2 of them and we have 1.
And who has the oldest?
Probably this court.
It looks, based on number, Your Honor, it looks like there's a 26137.
Actually, it looks like Judge Jones.
Well, here we go.
Yeah, Mr. Sims did indicate he had missed one of his Zooms because he didn't know how to work it, so that's.
Wait, but you're giving me more information than I need now.
Okay.
It sounds like it's not my case. Am I hearing that right or no?
Actually, they all came down in December, it looks like.
I thought there was an October date
Let
you
me-
just said.
let me look, I'm trying to look at three at one time here. Oh, there is one from October, October 19th, 2020, that was scheduled in front of Judge Jones. So
Okay.
that's the oldest case.
All right,
But he was never issued a warrant on this case.
okay. We're gonna send this right on over, next door. It's
So
not
as
our
to-
case.
As to the dismissal, Judge, since we
Well-
are here, since they're not ready to go today.
Again, I still don't know when he was in custody.
It was the 25th
Of what?
June.
June 25th?
That's when I turned myself in.
But despite that, Your Honor, this matter was set for exam back from January. So we was expecting to move for dismissal.
Prosecution?
Your Honor, I would still argue that this is a good cause, adjournment. There is no time limit, time set on when the people must notify, for, good cause adjournments. I notified the court. As soon as I found out, had I known earlier, I most certainly would have informed everyone, earlier, but this is where we are, Your Honor. The case law does indicate that furlough is a good cause adjournment.
Who's Matt Bracial?
I'm sorry?
Is this Sims?
Yes.
Oh, who's Matt maybe I'm pronouncing it wrong. Brachel. Braciel.
That is the, I believe, district manager of the building.
Oh, is he here?
No, Your Honor.
Oh. That being said, certainly I know that you could have, I'm assuming you notified that witness and that witness failed to appear?
Your Honor, I don't have a direct contact number. I called the, store at which Mr. Rochelle works to provide a reminder, Your Honor. However, I would still argue that Detective Hyde is a necessary witness. And were he not on furlough, the people would be able to proceed and would be able to establish probable cause.
Motion to dismiss is going to be granted.
Thank you.
I need your signature on this form as the moving party matter of defense. The complaining witness is not here. The officer in charge is not here. I understand he's on furlough, but this is an examination whether the defendant's in custody or not. That was set back in January. And certainly that officer, I'm assuming they know when their furlough is, at least not just the day before. So if furlough gives to me the impression of a planned situation, not an emergency medical leave or something to that degree. So with that being the case, there is some obligation. There's some obligation for which to have a better line of communication between prosecution and their witnesses and or officers. So with that being the case, on top of the fact that the complaining witness is not here, matter is dismissed. Now here's the important takeaway for you, Mr. Sims. It's dismissed, but it's dismissed without prejudice. And you're nodding yes, but what that means is that Madam Prosecutor can go back to her office and reissue before the ink is dry. And you've got 3 other matters that are teed up. So the likelihood that they're going to pursue this situation for the officer that was on furlough is probably higher than under other circumstances. So while it's dismissed, it certainly has the potential to come back. If you have questions regarding the how and the why of that, which I would imagine if you didn't know that, it probably does sound a little confusing that if it's dismissed on July 26th, how in the world can they bring it back? So if you've got questions about that, please make sure you speak to your attorney and she'll explain it to you fully. That being the case, this should also, any cases that may come up with Sims should be before Judge Jones.
Thank you, Jeff.
All right, thank you. This is format. Okay.
Mr. Bloomers, you have something we can call?
Yeah, I think we're gonna call it Barry, I believe it's a waiver.
Okay. Just drop it. Okay. I'll give you a copy. Okay. I've got to step out.
Oh, okay.
Amy, anything from Mr. Buckshaw? I had 11 with him. Harvey?
I haven't heard anything.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, right in front of the flag.
As soon as I call this, I'll see what I can find out. Calling parties on DeBerry, case number 2159159, the people of the state of Michigan versus Antonio DeBerry. The defendant is charged with count 1, weapons, firearm, possession by felon. Count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon, felonious assault. Count 3 and 4, weapons, felony firearm. Count 5, domestic violence, habitual offender, fourth offense notice. This is scheduled for a preliminary exam.
Thank you. Appearances, please.
Jacob Bloomers on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit by Nancy Richards, 268-850. Appearing on behalf of Mr. DeBerry, who is standing behind me to my right.
Appearances, please. I'm sorry, your name, sir.
Antonio DeBerry.
Thank you. Are you proceeding to an examination today?
Your Honor, at this time the people are ready to proceed. I believe that defense is pending to waive.
That is correct, Your Honor. I have advised Mr. DeBerry of his right to preliminary examination. He does understand that right, and he wishes to waive it at this time.
Thank you. Sir, do you understand the allegations against you?
Yes.
Do you understand you have a right to a preliminary examination?
Yes.
Do you understand that if an examination were to occur, that the prosecutor would need to establish by a probable cause standard only that crimes were committed, city of Detroit, county of Wayne, and you probably committed those crimes? Do you understand that? Would you like me to explain that again? I'm not hearing.
Yes.
Okay, so today is your examination date. Today is your examination date, preliminary examination. And what an examination date, the purpose of it is for the prosecutor to establish, to present evidence by way of usually testimony that probable cause exists, that crime was committed in the city of Detroit and in the county of Wayne, and that you probably committed it. That's their burden. It's a rather low burden. This is not a trial. This is what's called a preliminary examination to see whether or not there is enough evidence presented to go beyond. So if that happened today, and if the prosecutor were able to meet that burden, the matter would then be bound over to the circuit court. Do you understand that process? Now, your attorney has indicated that you wish to waive, to give up your right to preliminary examination. And what that means is that the matter would automatically be bound over to the circuit court for further proceedings without an examination here today. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And is that how you wish to proceed?
Yes. Yes.
And are you doing so voluntarily, without force or coercion or threats from anyone?
No, that's voluntary.
Okay, thank you. With that being said, and there being no objection from the prosecution, I am going to accept that waiver. I do find that it's knowingly and voluntarily given. I just need to hand the examination waiver form over to you unless, has it already been taken out? I'm not sure.
I don't think so.
I'll need your signature on it, sir, as well as your attorney's. And the matter is now bound over to the circuit court for further proceedings with an arraignment on information date of August 20, or is it August 16th? August 16th, I think.
Yes.
August 16th at 9 a.m. Is there anything further?
Your Honor, just one thing, Mr. DeBerry had some items at the complainant's house. I've already spoken to Mr. Bloomers about that, and he agreed that a third party, my client's sister, can go pick up his items, including his car.
Yes, Judge, and I spoke to complaining witness, and she said it would be fine if the defendant's sister did that, did those items.
Okay, well, it sounds like you've squared that away. Was there something that you wanted from the court in that regard?
No, Your Honor, I just wanted to inform the court.
All right, please make sure that in doing so, that you continue to abide by that no contact, obviously with a third party, that should effectuate that. And I just need your signatures before you leave out the courtroom.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Thank you.
You can wait for your turn now. That's it, nobody else is out there. We have a trooper out there with a drone, and we have a victim for Harvey, but neither drone or Harvey are out there.
Judge, is Miss O'Meara still on Zoom? She's on the
Yes.
drone matter.
Ms. O'Meara?
Yes.
And that's scheduled at 11. Is that whose case is that?
That's mine.
So what are we doing?
Well, we would be trying to enter a plea, but I understand that Ms. Drone is having trouble logging on to Zoom. I don't know why she didn't come down in person. I had a conversation off the record with the defense, and I wouldn't object to setting this for PCC on Thursday.
I'll just call it.
Tentatively.
I just was needing the general answer.
Okay.
I'll just call it. Calling parties on drone, case number 2061800. The people of the state of Michigan versus Tina Jennifer Drone. The defendant is charged with count 1, license, documents, plates, forgery. Count 2, identity theft. Count 3, operating license suspended, revoked, denied. Second or subsequent offense notice. Count 4, motor vehicle operation without security. This matter is scheduled for a preliminary exam.
Thank you. Appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jacob Slusky on behalf of the people, PA 3677.
And good morning, Your Honor. Catherine O'Meara, P53823 on behalf of Ms. Drone. Just for the record, also, at the computer, it has a typo in it, so it shows a different attorney because it's whoever has the P number 83823.
I'll fix it.
So just so that could be corrected. But Your Honor, I've spoken with my client this morning. We had set this for in person because she had a hard time with Zoom before, but she said she had moved and that's why she didn't remember. It was set in January and she's just getting back to me now and she can appear on Thursday at 11, which is when the prosecutor will be there in order to enter this plea. So I'm asking the court adjourn to a PCC in person on the 29th at 11, so Ms. Drone can enter her plea because she can't do Zoom. She has a learning disability.
Mr. Slusky?
I had that conversation off the record with the defense. I would not object to moving this over to Thursday for PCC at 11. We discussed the plea. I expect the defense intends to take that.
Okay, so again, new PCC, based on the representations, I do find good cause to grant that request. It will be set for the you said Thursday, the 29th, correct?
That's correct.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thursday, the 29th for a PCC. We will see you then.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Yes. Hey, this is Tammy. I don't know, it's probably scheduled back in January. It was scheduled June 30th. Last time the probable cause. Live in person, July 26th at 11 a.m.
Mr. Bloomers, do you have a witness on that, Harvey?
Yeah, he's here.
Oh, the witness is here. Sounds like it's not gonna go. He didn't know it was up today.
People versus Alicia Harvey, 210-584-8801. Appearances, please.
Jacob Bloomers on behalf of the people.
Your Honor, Randall Upshaw, P number 43574, on behalf of Ms. Harvey.
Thank you. Your client?
Ms. Harvey, state your name for the record. Your Honor, you see Ms. Harvey on screen, but for some reason, okay, now she's connecting the video audio. Ms. Harvey, state your name.
Alicia Harvey.
Thank you. So today's the date and time set for an examination. It's set for 11 in-person examinations. And I noticed that Mr. Defense Counsel and his client are both on Zoom. Was there confusion regarding this?
Yes, Your Honor, if I may, two parts. First, I had you in my book for tomorrow, Tuesday, the 27th at 11 o'clock. And that's my book, and that's what Ms. Harvey was informed of too. Furthermore, Your Honor, on July the 23rd, I know I'm not blaming the prosecutor in any type of way, but on July 23rd, I had asked for an adjournment of tomorrow's date, and I faxed over to your office a stipend order to adjourn it from July 27th, 11 to another date to be set by the court. So that should be in your file also, Judge. But those are the facts, and obviously it was just a mix-up, and I'm asking the court, what can we do to straighten this out?
Okay, Mr. Prosecutor, did you have a witness here?
Yes, Your Honor, the complaining witness is present in the courtroom, Mr. Wayne Lynch.
Okay, with that being said, I'm glad that you were called in here, sir, because I want you to understand what the confusion was here. And certainly, we all are human, and there can be opportunity for people to write down dates that we're not all on the same page. My notes do reflect that it was set for today at 11 a.m. But with the representations made by Mr. Upshaw, as an officer of the court, I certainly take him at his word that there's legitimate confusion regarding the date. So what I would like to do, and I'm also glad that Ms. Harvey is present on Zoom, I would like to reschedule this. Obviously, I was initially going to request that we just all appear here tomorrow. But given what you last stated about your need to adjourn from tomorrow's date, we need to find an alternate date. I certainly want to make sure that this is a date that's going to comport with your personal calendar. I'm speaking to the complaining witness. Madam Clerk, can we find a date? Are there any concerns regarding bond?
No concerns as to the bond this time. And yeah, I just for the court's information, it would be just a one witness exam. However, the people are demanding an exam because it is a capital case.
Okay, can we find a date in September?
September 2nd at 9:30.
September the 2nd, which is a Thursday at 9:30 is good with me, Your Honor.
Okay, we will be here in person. Ms. Harvey, please make sure that you're here in a timely fashion. We will see you back September 2nd at 9:30. Please make sure that you continue that no contact provision. Are there any other concerns we should address at this time?
None from the people, Judge.
None from the defense.
Okay, thank you. We're all set here.
Thank you, Judge.
It's apology.
Have a good afternoon, everybody.
You too. Take care.
I am, sir. Saturday.
Mr. Schlesky's still out there.
board's in recess until 1:30. Likewise, a pleasure.
Thank you, mine's too.
Tell me your last name again, Taylor?
Yes, ma'am.
Officer Taylor, pleasure to meet
Hey, y'all, have a good lunch.
you. You too. What do we got today?
You know, I brought some, I got some baked chicken and
Okay,
baked sweet potato.
okay.
And
Did
then
your
I
daughter
got-
cook that?
I got a little rice and,
Who cooked it?
my wife and daughter.
Okay.
I mean,
I
can
said it'd be the
compete with
worst,
them, but I'm
and for the
busy.
good lunch today.
You may need a nap.
All right.
Yeah. Sammy, we can get that other one later.
You know what, I can't,
Yeah.
until I get all the
Guerrero, this is, yeah, come back out this way. It's not have a seat in the chair down there. Signature right here.
Okay, this is People versus John Paul Guerrero.
Ma'am, you have to know.
Hi. People versus John Paul Guerrero, 2105657. Defendant is charged with count 1, reckless driving causing serious impairment of a body function, and count 2, operating license suspended, revoked, denied. We're here today for a preliminary examination scheduled for 1:30. Are there any preliminary matters to tend to?
None for the people, Your Honor.
No, Your
Is there a motion for sequestration? Or if it's not an issue, please call your first witness.
Do you want me to put my appearance on, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
Oh, yes, please do.
Thank you. Jeff Hall, hearing on behalf of Mr. Guerrero.
Did you put your appearance on?
I don't recall, Your Honor, but Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
And your name, sir?
Jean Paul Guerrero.
Okay, let's proceed. Is there another attorney I saw walk in here?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay,
You said.
Good afternoon, Judge. I'm Mark Rowland. I also represent Mr. Guerrero. We're in the same office.
okay.
Repeat
all right.
your name again, sir?
Rowland, Rowland.
Your P number, sir?
58686.
Thank you. First witness.
Your Honor, if I could just have 2 more minutes. Your Honor, at this time, the people would call Esmeralda Barco to the stand.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I do believe that Ms. Barco needs assistance. I have her mother here. Her mother would like to help her into the courtroom. Her mother will then exit the courtroom for the testimony.
Your Honor, I have no objection if someone wants to stay for the hearing.
Okay, all right,
Yeah,
thank you.
she's gonna be back to the meeting. You couldn't hear, I'm sorry?
No.
I have no objection if the mother remains in court.
Okay, thank you. Is this your witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I thought you were asking for someone to join.
I was mistaken, Your Honor. We're fine.
Okay, thank you. Please state your name.
Esmeralda Barco.
Thank you. Could you spell
All of it?
well, I don't know, is there an objection?
Not yet.
Could you spell your first and last name?
Esmeralda. My last name is Barco.
Thank you. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're going to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Okay. I was
I was
going
just
to
gonna say, for
direct
the
you.
last 2 prior hearings, I indicated for the purpose of the exam, I would stipulate that there's serious impairment of body function. So I don't know if that's gonna move things along or not, but.
Your Honor, I provided Mr. Hall with a proposed stipulation. That was not agreed to. I amended the stipulation. That was still not agreed to. So I'm not comfortable with agreeing with this stipulation, so I will be moving forward.
Well, what he's saying is that he's now, I don't know what happened in the past other than what you just said, but he's saying he now would stipulate to that point, which would expedite things, but you're saying you are objecting?
Well, Your Honor, without having exactly what has been stipulated to.
Okay, I'll give you a moment. Work it out, please.
I'm
I can see that, and I apologize. I stipulated it. Sorry. started on, I apologize.
So, Your Honor, the stipulation is that Ms. Barco sustained serious bodily impairment injuries while, in a car accident that occurred on March 11th, 2021, where she was a passenger in a Tesla.
Is that a correct articulation of the stipulation?
No, I stipulated she received, that she was in a motor vehicle, that she did have serious impairment of body function. As to who else was in the car, whether she was driving or not, that's something that they have to prove. If she wants to put her on for that purpose, that's fine.
Okay, well, I think that, okay, just to be clear, if there's a stipulation as it relates to serious impairment, I'm gonna check that off. And if you still need to call, you're free to do so. Are you not comfortable with that stipulation, or no? Now's the time. Agreeing to the stipulation isn't preventing you from calling her.
No, I know, Your Honor. I will agree to it right now. Just reserving the right to adjust my acceptance of that stipulation if necessary.
Well, I guess I will make a notation in that regard. I don't want Miss Barco to remain standing longer than she needs to. She does appear to be uncomfortable. So can I direct her to be seated, or do we need to take up any other matters?
Your Honor, I'd ask that she be seated.
If you need a moment, we can have her go back into the hallway.
It's okay, Your Honor.
Okay, please, if you could, make your way over here to the witness chair. Please watch your step. Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you please restate your name for the record?
Esmeralda Barco.
Esmeralda, do you remember where you were on March 11th, 2021?
No.
Do you have any recollection of what you were doing in the early morning hours?
No.
I have no further questions.
Did you have any questions?
I did not.
Okay, thank you. You may exit. Do you need some assistance getting down?
No, it's okay.
Next witness. I was saying, oh, sorry, your next witness?
Your Honor, my next witness will be Officer Gifford.
Officer, could you please state your full name and spell your first and last name for the record?
Yes. Joseph Gifford. Spell both.
Please.
Joseph. Last name Gifford.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're going to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You can make your way over here, and that half gate will open up towards you. Once he is situated, Madam Prosecutor, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please restate your name for the record?
Yes, Police Officer Joseph Gifford,
Now, I heard you mention that you're a police officer. With which precinct are you employed?
the Detroit Police Department's 4th Precinct,
In what capacity?
patrol officer,
How long have you worked as a patrol officer?
approximately 2 years.
Were you employed in that capacity on March 11th, 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you in fact work that day?
Yes,
Did you work alone or with a partner?
I was with a partner.
What's your partner's name?
That night, it was Officer Harvey Jennings.
You in full or modified uniform?
I would have been in a full uniform,
Were you on foot or in a scout car?
on foot.
Did you arrive in a scout car?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
Were you on foot patrol or in a scout car?
We were in a scout car. We responded to a police run.
Did you have occasion to go to Fort Street and Waterman?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that location here in the city of Detroit,
Yes,
county of Wayne?
yes.
Is that a highway or a place open to the general public?
Yes,
What brought you to that location?
we received a 911 call for auto accident at the location.
What time?
I don't recall the exact time.
Do you recall if it was the sun out or not?
No, it was not.
Was it after midnight, before midnight, or something else?
Would I be able to reference my report to the exact?
Would that refresh your recollection as to the time?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
So Officer Gifford, please review your report silently to yourself, and when you finish, look up at me and turn it over in front of you, okay?
The 911 call, the time we arrived would have been approximately 3:30 a.m.
Did reviewing your report refresh your recollection?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you observe when you arrived?
When I arrived, there was a large semi-truck with a vehicle trapped underneath it.
Do you recall the kind of vehicle?
The vehicle that was trapped
Yes.
would have been a white Tesla.
And when you say trapped, what do you mean by trapped?
It looked like the vehicle had driven underneath the trailer between the wheels, and the roof was, I guess, trapped under the trailer.
What was traffic like when you arrived?
I don't recall.
When you arrived, did you approach the vehicle? The Tesla?
Did you not understand the question?
I can't recall what, I would have to look at my report at what I did first. I believe I actually talked to the drivers of the semi-truck first.
If at any point did you approach the Tesla?
Yes, once rescue teams were on scene.
And did you observe anyone still in the vehicle when you looked in?
I can't recall that.
Would you have written that information down in your report?
I can check, but All I recall was getting it out of the way for the rescue crews.
Do you recall, if anyone that was within the Tesla had already gotten out when the rescue crews arrived?
I'm objecting unless there's any foundation.
Objection sustained.
Who all did you talk to when you arrived on scene?
I talked to the driver and the passenger of the semi-truck first.
And after you spoke with them, who did you speak with?
The two occupants of the Tesla were brought into the ambulance. The female occupant was not conscious, and then the male occupant was conscious in the ambulance.
And do you know from where in the car the unconscious female was removed?
I'm gonna object, Your Honor. It's either based on hearsay or he didn't see it.
If he knows, I'm gonna allow it. Objection overruled.
I was told,
No, wait, hold on. If you know personally, if you don't know personally, then you cannot answer.
I could only speak to what the rescue crews told me on scene.
Please, next question.
What, if anything, did you do in response to interviewing the two people in the semi?
I asked them, I guess how we do routine traffic crash investigations, just the circumstances of what happened.
So after the interview, you went back to the precinct?
Not immediately. We were on scene for several hours.
Okay. What, after interviewing the two people in the semi truck, what did you do next?
The next thing I can remember was being in the ambulance and asking the occupants of the vehicle what happened.
And did you get any responses?
Could I reference my report?
Would that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay.
So if you would, review your report, then when you're done, turn it over, and then Madam Prosecutor will ask you the question.
Yes.
Okay. Who did you talk to in the ambulance?
I spoke with the defendant, Mr. Guerrero.
And what, if anything, did you talk to him about?
Like I ask anyone involved in the accident, I simply ask what happened.
And what, if anything, did he tell you?
He stated to me that he was the driver.
And what, if anything, did you do after receiving this information?
I don't, could you rephrase that maybe?
So, what, if anything, did you do after Mr. Guerrero told you that he was a driver?
I would have just, I don't recall.
Do you see the person you spoke of as Mr. Guerrero here in the courtroom?
I honestly don't recognize him from that statement. I assume that's him over there.
So when you were on scene, were the occupants of the Tesla wearing masks?
I don't recall.
Would seeing the people here in this courtroom without a mask refresh your recollection as to who may or may not have been on the scene on the 11th of March?
I personally would like to hear the answer to this, so.
I mean, I think that, I know we're gonna get there, but I think the way the question is phrased, it doesn't refresh his recollection. If you want him to remove his mask, you certainly have the ability to do that.
Okay, I would like for everyone to remove their masks for 15 seconds. If you could, sir, take a look around the room and see if you see anyone that fits the description of the individual you were speaking of. Thank you.
So, do you see the person that you talked to in the ambulance here in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please point to him and tell me something that he is wearing?
Yes, he's over there wearing a blue suit.
The record shall reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Officer Gifford, do you know what the speed limit is on 4th Street?
I cannot recall that.
What about the speed on Waterford?
I cannot recall that either.
After speaking with the defendant, what if anything happened? Or what if anything did you do?
The defendant immediately tried to say that he was not the driver of the vehicle.
So for clarification, his first statement to you was what?
That he was the driver.
And then immediately after that, what if anything did he, or not immediately after that, but after that first statement, what if anything did he say?
After that, he stated he was not the driver of the vehicle.
And after that information, what did you do?
I didn't do anything else. They were both conveyed at that time to the hospital. The medics told me to, another officer rode with them in the ambulance, and I stayed on scene as the primary unit.
And when you say they, who do you mean by they?
The occupants of the Tesla.
Would that be Mr. Guerrero and a female?
Yes.
Who rode with him to the hospital?
That would have been Officer Perotti.
I'm sorry?
Officer Esteban Perotti.
Would you mind spelling that for Madam Court Reporter?
Yes. Esteban. Last name Parodi.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon, sir.
How are you doing?
I'm all right.
I think you indicated that you had been on, was it that you were at the 4th precinct for 2 years, or you've been a police officer for 2 years?
I've been a police officer for approximately 2 years.
And how long have you been at the 4th precinct?
I started in August of 2019. As of May 2021, I am assigned out to the citywide parks detail with the Metro Division.
The area we're talking about, Lafayette, Waterman, and then 4th Street, is that a high or low crime area?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance?
What's the relevance?
Your Honor, it is relevant as to why my client may have been operating a motor vehicle the way he was at that time. I don't want to give up all the statements my client has made to me, but at some point it will be relevant.
Objection overruled.
Do you want me to repeat the question?
Yes, sir.
The area where we're talking about, where the accident occurred, right? Lafayette, Waterman, I guess it's the West Service Drive, and then Tireman. Is that a high crime area?
Only due to the location where the accident actually occurred. It's very industrial, so we do not receive a lot of calls specifically to that location.
What about the neighborhood itself? That is, I guess, I don't know if that's to the west or to the north, where Lafayette is.
Your Honor, I'm going to object because, for lack of specificity, it's a compound question. I'm asking to the north and or something else.
Which direction is Lafayette from where the accident happened?
Lafayette would be north of where the accident occurred.
Okay, so the residential area around Lafayette to the north, is that a high crime area?
I would say compared to where the accident occurred, we do get 911 calls to that area.
Carjacking, things like that?
I couldn't speak to specifically.
Thank you. I think you indicated that you received a 911 call when you testified. I'm assuming that there was a 911 call that came in and you were dispatched.
Yes, sir.
You were not the person that took the 911 call.
Yes, we were dispatched to the call.
Don't want to pin you in on this. Do you know if you and your partner were the first on scene, or were there other patrol officers there when you got there?
We were the first on scene.
Do you recall where you parked your patrol car?
I don't recall specifically.
Do you recall having to move the car because you were actually in the area where the accident originally occurred?
I don't recall that.
You indicated that when you arrived, you kind of got out of the way so that the paramedics could tend to whoever was in the car.
Yes, sir.
You indicated that the roof of the car was underneath the semi.
Yes.
And that as we move along, we have the person you've identified as Mr. Guerrero in the back of an ambulance.
Yes.
And he was injured, I'm assuming, since he's in an ambulance?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Did you care to respond?
Were they treating him? Was he being treated while he was in the back of the ambulance?
I only recall they were more concerned about the female passenger and her injuries.
Were they both inside the same ambulance?
Yes.
Then you indicated that the person you identified as Mr. Guerrero was taken to a hospital from the scene.
Yes, sir.
And I'm assuming that you do not know what injuries he had while you were on scene, or even whether he had injuries later. Do you know if he had any injuries?
I recall injuries to his hands.
What about his head?
I don't recall that.
Was it just you inside, as far as law enforcement inside the ambulance, or were there other law enforcement officers inside with you when you were talking to the person you identified as Mr. Guerrero?
I remember at least 2 other officers inside the ambulance.
You indicated that the person you identified indicated initially that he was the driver.
Yes, sir.
And then that changed to that he wasn't the driver.
Yes, sir.
Was it just one statement that he was the driver?
Yes.
And how many times, if you recall, did he say that he wasn't the driver?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yes, what's the objection?
Hearsay?
Well, she's elicited the testimony, so it's a party opponent admission that came in by the people. I can follow up on it.
Objection, overruled.
Could you repeat that?
I think we were at the point where you indicated that the person who identified as Guerrero indicated one time that he was the driver of the Tesla. Correct?
Yes.
And then you also testified that Mr. Guerrero indicated that he wasn't, after that, subsequent to that, the driver of the Tesla.
Yes.
Was that just one statement that he said he wasn't the driver, or were there repeated statements, if you recall?
I only recall him saying it once,
That he wasn't the driver?
that he was not.
I'm assuming that you had your body cam on, and we should be able to have this memorialized by way of digital evidence, correct?
Yes, sir.
Have you had an occasion to review any of that, or
No, I haven't.
just your police report?
Yes, sir.
Have 1 second, Your Honor.
Yes.
I don't have anything further, thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, no redirect.
Thank you, sir. You may exit the courtroom.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Any further witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor, at this time, people would call Sergeant Paul Warner to the stand.
Sir, could you please state your full name and spell your first and last name?
Paul Warner, Paulwarner.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony of what you give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Have a seat here. That gate swings open towards you. Watch your step, please. Madam Prosecutor, when you settle, you may proceed.
Could you please restate your name for the record?
Paul Warner.
Where are you employed?
I'm a sergeant with the Detroit Police Department.
And what capacity?
I'm a squad leader of Fatal Squad, which is a squad under homicide.
How long have you been employed by the Fatal Squad?
I've been assigned to Fatal Squad since 2013 in November.
And were you employed by the Detroit Police Department prior to that?
Yes,
For how long?
it'll be 25 years, September 30th of this year.
What, if any, training have you done in relation to your position on the Fatal Squad?
Starting in 1999, I started accident training through Michigan State University, the Detroit Academy, and continued through that training over the years.
Now, would these trainings be updated yearly, quarterly, or something else?
Individual courses that they offer, I attended.
Were you employed by the Fatal Squad on March 11th, 2021?
I was assigned and employed by the City of Detroit Police Department.
So yes, you were employed by the Detroit Police Department on March 11th, 2021.
Yes,
Did you in fact work on that date?
yes,
Did your duties as a police officer take you to the area of Fort and Waterman?
yes,
Is that here in the city of Detroit,
yes,
county of Wayne?
yes.
Why did you go there?
Recalled for a critical crash.
And what, if anything, did you see when you arrived?
I arrived, there was a Tesla lodged underneath a semi-tractor trailer on westbound 4th Street, just west of Waterman.
And what, if anything, did you do while on the scene?
I identified evidence markings, the vehicle locations, and I conducted a Leica Geosystems 3D scan of the crime scene.
And what, if any, types of evidence did you collect while on the scene?
I just conducted the scan itself.
And after you left the scene, was that the extent of your involvement with the investigation?
No.
What, if anything else, did you do in relation to this investigation?
There was a search warrant to be executed, and with the assistance of the Michigan State Police, the Tesla was downloaded, the EDR, the event data recorder, was downloaded with their assistance.
And was that the only information that you obtained from the Tesla, the
No,
EDR report?
I executed a search warrant in conjunction with the same one. I obtained the box, the GPS box from the Tesla, and secured it for evidence under instruction that there could be video and or data within that box for Tesla company to be able to extract.
Let's start with the reconstruction. What, if anything, did you use to recreate the accident?
Did not.
Or the collision, I'm sorry.
There was not a formal reconstruction done for this crime scene.
So then, explain to the court what the scan that you did on the scene was.
The scan is a device. It's a little bit like a survey device, but it's a 3D scan that takes million data points a second, which you can then put it in the software and observe what is out there in a digital view, which identifies where the evidence was at the time the scans were being done.
And what, if anything, did you learn from this scan?
The scan is just to collect the data and the evidence locations. It shows where the area of impact was, where the ending locations of the vehicles were. And from that, you can determine the direction of vehicles at the impact location to the ending location.
You dropped off.
Ending location, I'm sorry.
Did you receive any records from Tesla themselves?
I contacted Tesla and requested them to look at the data from an SD card that was obtained through their GPS box in relation to was the vehicle in autonomous mode.
What is autonomous mode?
It's where the vehicle is driving itself.
And how was this, did you receive a return on this request?
Yes, there was a spreadsheet, Excel spreadsheet returned from Tesla to my office.
And did you provide these, this spreadsheet to the prosecution?
Yes,
How did you do so?
it's on a disk.
Would you recognize the disc if I showed it to you?
Yes.
Sergeant, is that the disc that you created from the Tesla Excel document?
This is a copy of what would be in the file. This is actually in the writing of Detective Austin Brown.
Did you review the documents that are located on this disc?
Yes.
Are these is this document voluminous? Voluminous, is it large?
It was smaller than what was on the SD card according to Tesla. It's not extremely large. I asked for a certain date, and what was occurring there relationship was the vehicle in autonomous mode.
Do you know how many pages that information would be on if you were to print it out?
No, I don't.
If you could estimate how many data points were contained within this spreadsheet, would you be able to give that estimation?
The best way is to open it up and you can see the spreadsheet. I can't tell you from memory how many pages is on there.
I'm objective to the disc at this time. I don't believe it was prepared by this witness. I think it was prepared by somebody else. There's no markings on it, there's no authorization, there's nothing. I'm objective to this.
Your response?
Your Honor, under 766.11B, this counts as business records, and I don't need to establish the chain of custody for preliminary examination purposes.
Counsel?
I was not provided with that they were going to admit this at the exam. There should have been written notice to me, given to me, so I could have objected to it. So I do have that objection this time.
So you've never seen what?
I have a spreadsheet, but I didn't know it was going to be admitted. I didn't know it was a business record exception. I was not put on notice of any of that.
Why is that?
Your Honor, I believe that this is still admissible. The people have provided it to the defense. And as it is a large voluminous document, the people would not be, it would be burdensome to admit the entire document in one fell swoop.
There is no attestation that it is a business record. That is a problem I'm having. It's a spreadsheet. There's something in there that says it's a business record created by somebody. I suppose that's different.
If you would like to lay that foundation, then we can.
Your Honor, again, for preliminary examination purposes, under 766.
Right, but here's the
I
thing, you
don't have
can't,
to.
and I, thank you, and I appreciate that, but you can't just say that and then so it shall be. You have to lay a foundation. And then it would come out.
And Your Honor, I believe that I did. The witness testified that he
Would you like to
executed.
board your?
Sure.
Thank you.
So search warrant allows you to remove an item from, several items from the Tesla, correct?
Yes.
Michigan State Police can process the EDR, is what you're telling me?
In this case, yes.
Yes, but they do not have the ability to download, interpret, whatever, with the other item, the scan disk that you had, correct?
No, the instructions were for the other unit was provided by Tesla on how to obtain it from the vehicle due to the damage to the vehicle.
Do you actually send that out to them?
This SD card was, is in our evidence. The SD card was sent to them digitally through their secured site and then returned.
And then they're the one that actually processes it, right? Correct?
They sent me the records that I requested, yes.
Tesla's in the business of building cars, correct?
Yes,
They keep records for their cars, I assume, like any business does.
I can only assume.
Do you know if Tesla's in the business of downloading scan disks and keeping them contemporaneous with the production of the scan disk when they made it?
My understanding from the conversation with their contact was that if the antennas weren't damaged on the car, it would have went directly to their cloud as the vehicle is in motion. Based off of that damage to the vehicle, the only way to get any information from the car in that sense was to obtain the SD card and send that information to them.
So you don't know if this is a normal business operation for Tesla?
I don't know their business operations.
Thank you.
Did you want to follow up with some more questions?
Just reiterating, Your Honor, that under 766.11B, I do not have to provide testimony as to what Tesla did. We have established a chain of custody for the SD card information and how it went from the car to Sergeant Warner to Tesla and then back again.
He's telling the court that it's a business record. There's nothing in the record that it's a business record created at or at the time by Tesla in the normal course of business. I mean, she's got to get to that foundation before it can ever be a business record. There's no testimony. I don't know that it's a business record.
Your Honor, under 766.11B, I have established everything that I need to establish for preliminary examination.
Well, but here's the thing, so what you have on the record is Sergeant Warner answering questions for you, some of which he couldn't answer, which the $1 million question, which Mr. Hall asked the last question, he said he couldn't testify as to Tesla's business, what they do in the normal course of their business or documentation. So how do you get around that? If you don't have that aspect provided for on the record, even by Sergeant Warner?
Your Honor, I'll ask a couple more foundational questions. Sergeant Warner, in the years that you've been doing collision investigation, have you recovered information from black boxes or SD cards before?
Yes.
And is generating these records something that these devices do?
They are known to record data.
And is information like this from the SD card or a black box something you are trained to recover and process?
For the EDRs, yes.
And would recovering this information on occasion require you to contact the manufacturer of the vehicle in question?
In this case was the first, because it was a Tesla involved, on how they collect data. After communicating with them, this is what they told me I needed to do due to the fact of the damage to the car.
And is this spreadsheet just a readable version of what happened to the car?
This is an Excel with information on it that is related only to the autonomous action of the vehicle, as I requested Tesla to provide.
And when Tesla provided you this spreadsheet back, how did they do so? Did they email it to you? Did they fax it to you, or something else?
It was through a secure site, similar to like a box system.
Did that require you to have a specific login or passcode with Tesla to be able to access it?
Yes, they sent me an invitation. I downloaded what I had and they returned it.
Your Honor, I believe that the people have laid sufficient foundation to enter their proposed Exhibit 1.
Your response, Mr. Hall?
I don't under what exception. This officer is not the proper witness. All he did is put something in the mail, mail it to somebody, and it was sent back. It's no different than when we take blood out of a person's arm and send it, and then we get a tox report back, and there is a court rule that you don't have to have the scientist testify at exam for the purpose of the admissibility of the tox report. There's no exception in this case that we can send a scan card out, have somebody process it, not have that person come to court so that I can cross-examine that person as to proper change, where it came from, what it involved. This officer can't lay a foundation as to its admissibility.
Your Honor, that's actually incorrect, and 766.11B does include and does allow for the admission of this evidence.
I thought there was another way to admit it that she was trying, but it's not a business record. It's not been established.
Was there another way you were trying to admit it?
Your Honor, the entire time I've been trying to admit it under 766.11B.
I understand that, but I guess I'm just asking, since we're at this juncture, the record still is void of a foundation that would permit this to be admitted as a business record.
Well, Your Honor, Rule 766.11B reads, the rules of evidence apply at the preliminary examination, except that the following are not excluded by the rule against hearsay and shall be admissible at the preliminary examination without requiring the testimony of the author of the report, keeper of the record, or any additional foundation or authentication. A report of the results of a properly performed drug analysis field testing, a certified copy of any written or electronic order, judgment, decree, docket entries, register of actions, or other record of any court or governmental agency of this state. A report other than a law enforcement report that is made or kept in the ordinary course of business, which is 766.11B1C. And Your Honor, we have established that these are records that are automatically generated that.
That's the question. Has that been established? That's what Mr. Hall is saying.
Your Honor,
Has that been established by your saying that or through this witness?
The witness has established that, Your Honor.
How's it?
Your Honor, the witness established that he pulled the SD card, or he or someone in his office pulled the SD card from the Tesla. That SD card was then, per Tesla, uploaded through a secure website that requires a login, an invitation to use and to access. It was then sent to and processed by Tesla, and then returned to Sergeant Porter, again via this secured website that requires an invitation, passcode access to obtain. The people don't have to present that middle person from Tesla, according to 766.11B.
No one's testified this is kept in the ordinary course of business of Tesla. It's a request by law enforcement to do something. They didn't ask them to go into their data, retrieve it, certify it as being created at or near the time that something was created, like we have in business records, medical documents, bank records. I mean, this is totally different. It's not admissible.
Actually, Your Honor, I would wholeheartedly disagree. Sergeant Warner testified that the automatic uploads from the SD card and the Tesla to the Tesla cloud were damaged during the incident. Therefore, this is the only way to obtain that this information if it was created simultaneously as the Tesla was being driven and is a backup. If the antennae that translate this information from Tesla, from the physical vehicle itself to the Tesla cloud. Therefore, Your Honor, I believe that people have fully established the adequate foundation for the admission of these records.
Okay, at this point, I am over counsel's objection going to allow its admission. Your objection is noted and duly noted, but at this juncture, it goes to wait and not admissibility. I'm going to allow it. Please proceed.
Sergeant Warner, what, if anything, did you learn from this Excel spreadsheet?
That it was not in autonomous mode.
That it was what?
Not in autonomous mode.
Thank you.
And how does that apply to what you know about the incident?
That the question was the operator actually operating the vehicle, or was the vehicle operating? That secured that question.
And the answer to that question, for clarity, is, was the car in autonomous mode, or was the driver in control of the vehicle?
It was being operated by a person.
You also mentioned an EDR report. Could you please describe for the court what that is?
The EDR is the event data recorder that's within the vehicle related to airbag deployment or non-deployment, which records some mechanics of the vehicle.
And how did you obtain this EDR report?
With the assistance of the Michigan State Police, it had the Tesla tool. They plugged into the airbag control module.
Did you observe them doing this?
Yes, I was present.
Okay, so they plugged into the airbag control panel, I think is what you said. And then what did you observe?
They plugged into the airbag control module directly,
Okay,
and they downloaded the report.
and were you provided with this report?
I was.
Would you recognize this report if I showed it to you?
Yes.
Permission to approach?
Yes.
Sergeant Warner, what have I just handed you?
I have none.
Yes, please.
This is a 48-page report, but between page 47 and 48, there's a blank piece of paper of an EDR report from a Tesla.
And is this a fair and accurate representation of the report that you received?
Besides the blank piece of paper, I don't remember that being in my report.
Aside from this extra piece of paper, is the piece of paper blank?
It is.
Does there appear to be any information missing where that blank piece of paper is?
No, there's 48 pages plus the extra page between 47 and 48.
Has anything been altered?
This is just a copy of the report that I was provided from Michigan State Police.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would like to admit the EDR report as People's Proposed Exhibit 2.
Any objection?
Can I ask a few questions, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant Warner, so the EDR is removed from the white Tesla we're talking about.
It was not removed. It was left in the vehicle.
And then trailer to Michigan State Police, how did that happen?
No, it was secured at our evidence facility at 6300 Kniff. Michigan State Police trooper or sergeant trooper, Chad Lindstrom, arrived at the location. And with the tool, he was able to do it. At the time, City of Detroit did not have the Tesla tool.
Had you worked with Trooper Lindstrom before?
I have.
I think from my recollection, he's been in accident reconstruction for at least 15 years, maybe?
I think he's been in an accident investigation. I believe he became a sergeant probably 8 years ago. Maybe.
You've worked with him, you know that he's qualified in accident reconstruction.
He is.
I do too, so I'm not going to object to it. You were there when the process happened?
Yes.
You watched him hook into the Tesla by whatever portal he had to do?
Correct.
And I'm assuming that the only reason you didn't do it is because of Tesla and you do not have the software to download Tesla data.
Actually, our hardware was on order and we did not have it yet.
I'm assuming that it really is no different other than the hardware that you need from any other downloading of an EDR.
That is correct.
And were you there after he hooked in and watched the whole process to know that it ran properly, functioned properly? And was the data printed out at that time after after hooking into the Tesla?
No, I viewed it on his screen, his computer. He secured it and then sent it to me via email with his report.
And that is exactly People's Exhibit number 2 that we're speaking of.
This is the EDR report, not his report attached. This is the EDR report.
But that is what was emailed to you from the trooper, correct?
It's a copy.
It's one and the same, right? If you
Yes.
print it out 100 times, it's still gonna be.
It's gonna be the same copy, yes.
I have no objection, thank you.
Okay, we'll be admitted as people too.
Sergeant, I'd like to turn your attention to page 8. And Your Honor, with permission, I'd like to publish page 8 to the court.
Okay, I believe I have the share screen on.
So, Sergeant, let's start with what does this table show?
This page here is related to 5 seconds of data with certain fields that it's recording. Service break, meaning break on or off, stability control, if the ABS is on or off, then the lower portion, again, 5 seconds of data, vehicle speed, accelerator pedal, and rear motor speed.
And what time frame are these 5 seconds in relation to?
These are every 0.2 of a second.
Oh, I'm sorry. What period of time do these 5 seconds in 0.2 second increments illustrate?
It's 5 seconds prior to event, to event.
And what is the event, if you know?
The event would be either deployment or non-deployment. That's what the EDR is recording off of.
Deployment of?
It's airbag related.
So let's start with the bottom half of the page, the second column. What does that column identify?
Are we going from left to right before I answer?
The second hand column from the left.
That is, on the bottom chart is vehicle speed.
And what speed did the Tesla, what was the fastest speed that the Tesla reached?
According to report, the top speed recorded is 69 miles per hour.
And at what timestamp did that 69 miles per hour occur?
The report indicates from 2.8 seconds prior through 2.2 seconds prior.
And so let's talk about leading up to the 2.8 seconds of the speed. So from T-5 through T-3. What, if anything, did you learn from that set of data points?
The speed is increasing
And how do you know that?
based off of the chart, that, the data that was recorded.
So it is showing an increase of speed over those 2 seconds.
Yes.
And what about, let's move to one column over to the left. So this would be the third column in from the left. What does that column describe or illustrate?
That's an accelerator pedal in percent.
And so what are these data points measuring?
The percentage of the accelerator pedal.
So here we see T-5 through T minus 3.6, as well as T minus 3.2, as reading 100.0. What, if anything, does that indicate to you?
The accelerator pedal is at 100%.
And in layman's terms, what does that mean?
My foot's on the gas 100%. Or electric in this case.
So, taking column 2 and column 3 and putting them together, what, if anything, did that tell you about how the Tesla was driving?
It's accelerating.
And does the Tesla ever cease accelerating?
Yes, it slows.
When does it slow?
Begins slowing from the top speed. It starts slowing at 2.2 is the top speed. From there out, it reduces speed.
And after reaching the top speed, prior to 0.0, what is the range of speed that the Tesla is going?
If you could repeat what timestamp you're asking me?
Taking from T minus 2 down through T minus 0.02.
From 2 seconds prior to event, the vehicle data shows 66 miles per hour. To 0.2, it shows 42.
Sir, did you know the speed limit on Fort Street at Waterford?
On Fort Street, it's 30 miles per hour.
What about on Waterford?
Waterman, it's a mixture between residential and business. And from my memory, there is no posted speed there, actually a sign.
So, but on Fort Street, it is 30 miles an hour.
That is correct.
And what, based on the posted speed and what you have, and what you see on column 2 of page 8, what, if anything, does that tell you?
Based off of the area the vehicle is traveling, the vehicle is in excess of the speed limit.
What else, if anything, did you learn from this report?
This report here shows when the foot goes off the accelerator pedal and when the brake is applied.
And when was the brake applied?
First notice of a brake is 2.6 seconds prior to event.
And from which column are you determining that from?
It would be the top chart from the left, column 2, service brake.
So what does service brake read? What does that data point tell us?
When the circuit has been closed for your foot to be on the pedal, it will be on if you're touching, off if the foot is off.
So if I were resting my foot on the brake pedal and not applying the brakes, would it read as on or off?
If your foot is applying pressure.
Not applying pressure, but resting on the brake pedal.
I could not tell you, not engineer in that regard, so I don't know what the pressure would be. This says when the circuit is closed, it's going to be on or off, either open or closed.
So the circuit was on from T minus 2.6 until 0.
Yes.
And I want to now look at the 4th column on the top of the page. Top half of the page. What is ABS activity?
Analog brake system, it triggers towards the end of the column at 0.4 that the ABS is being activated.
And what does the ABS control?
I'm into my brake.
I'm sorry?
I'm applying pressure into my brake.
And so the ABS is only activated in the last 4 nanoseconds, or 0.2, or 0.4 seconds of this time?
0.4, 0.2, and it's stating engaged at 0.0.
So what is the difference between on and engage?
That there, I would recommend asking an engineer from Tesla.
Unless there's a special.
So
That's just our normal.
aside from this data information from the Tesla, what if any other investigative activities did you undertake?
I reviewed and downloaded what is called MyoVision. It's a full camera that happened to be at the corner of Waterman and the service drive of I-75.
I'll send you.
Said MyoVision?
MIO,
Okay.
and then the word vision.
Okay, all right. And how did you download it?
From my desktop.
Does your desktop give you access to?
If she's gonna move for exhibition to move things along, I have no objection. For the purpose of exam, that's what we're doing at this.
Is that where you're going?
Yes, Your Honor, that is where I'm going.
Okay, for the stipulation that will be admitted as People's 3.
For the record, the people are going to be playing MyoVision camera with the evidence title A492 FAE 7 ABC 5 43 DF 8710 F0 FADE 318 FED capital MAR _ 11 _ 2021 _ 03 _ 15 _ 03 _ 30. Permission to share screen.
Yes.
Sergeant, I would ask you to look at this, the TV screen there. Does this appear to be the video that you downloaded from the MyoVision?
Yes.
And for the record, the people will be playing a clip starting at five minutes and 13 seconds and ending at 6 minutes and 36 seconds.
Okay. Mr. Hall, were you going to say something?
I was, but I'm not going to. Thank you.
So Sergeant, where, so Sergeant, while reviewing that clip, what, if anything, did you see?
For the purpose of the exam, Your Honor, I really don't mind the officer commenting on what he sees. Ultimately, whether you agree with what's on the video is a question that you have to determine. I may have a different opinion what I would do at trial, but certainly there are going to be some questions that I'm going to ask that I'm going to ask the sergeant to comment on, so it would not be a fair objection by myself at this time.
Please proceed.
So what, if anything, did you see in this clip?
The portion of the clip that I viewed prior to the crash was a vehicle coming southbound on Waterman, stopping. Another vehicle, non-involved vehicle, makes a left turn onto the overpass of Waterman to head south. The vehicle is stopped, later identified as the Tesla involved in the crash, goes to the right of that vehicle on the overpass, continues through the, which at that point would be westbound service drive, or eastbound service drive of I-75. And then there's a stop sign, then continues through a red signal at 4th Street and goes under a semi-tractor trailer, which drags the vehicle westbound from the intersection.
And in what portion of the clip did and by portion I mean quadrant area of the video, could you see all of this?
This would be the viewpoint. Now, on my computer, I'm allowed to rotate it. Once it's saved, you cannot rotate it, as you've both probably realized. I did make it a secondary clip for prosecution where it was in rotation, where you can actually see facing southbound, which was easier to view.
And how do you how did you create that clip for that would allow for easier viewing?
On the actual software before download, there's a rotation tool so that it's easier for the viewer to identify what is on that camera in a better view for the person instead of tilting it head left or right.
Your Honor, permission to share screen. I'm going to lay the foundation for this video before asking for its admission.
Is there any objection to its submission?
If I could just ask one question.
Sure.
There would be a need for foundation. So if I'm getting it right, if you're not manipulating any of the digital recording, all you're doing is spinning the screen to where we're not looking down the road, we're looking straight up the road.
Correct. The view that I actually rotated and did a video screen capture is so that we can look from lower to up.
Correct. But the digital portion of it, you didn't manipulate in any way. You're just changing what I would see by my eye looking at the screen.
That's correct.
I have no objection.
Okay, will be admitted as people's floor?
Free, Your Honor.
Great.
Thank you. Permission to share screen?
Yes.
Sergeant, is this the video that you created or that you adjusted as for the council indicated of adjusting where our camera or where our eyes would be able to see?
No, this is just a normal, this is actually lane tracking portion of my vision. The view should have been the same as that you had up earlier, where it is a circle and it's just rotated to that you can show the vehicle heading from the bottom of the screen to the top of the screen.
this video that I pulled up, is this still footage? I will retract the admission, to lay the proper foundation for this
For this
video.
one?
Sorry?
For this one here that you have up now?
Yes. So this will still be people's proposed three, as Sergeant Warner and I had a misunderstanding as to which video we were specifying. So is the 5 frames of still footage that you currently see, where did you pull that from?
This is also from MyoVision. This is called the Smart View, which shows lane assist and it boxes over things that are in motion, vehicles, and directions. This is part of MyoVision. It's just a different item downloaded at the same time as the circular one that you've seen on the screen prior.
And does it appear to have been altered or changed in any way since you downloaded it, and then since you downloaded it from the MyoVision software?
No, I downloaded both the MyoVision and the Smart Screen.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would now move for the admission of people's proposed 3.
Can I ask one question?
Yes.
So the boxes that are on what we see the screen up there, the various colors, those are created by the computer as opposed to something that you create yourself.
Correct, that's on there. It's just points from the camera to pick up items that are
Something that's
traveling.
embedded in their software, their hardware, that you download yourself, there's nothing you manually later change.
No.
Thank you.
No objection.
Will be admitted as people's 3.
Thank you, Your Honor. And for the record, the evidence title on evidence.com is FA8957-7287-4B5B-947-362 D93958A 77 dash uppercase MAR underscore 11 underscore 2021 underscore 03 underscore 15 underscore 03 underscore 30. And Your Honor, as this video clip is 15 minutes long, for the purpose of today, I will be starting and playing the clip from 5:30 to 6:07. So I'm gonna stop it there. It is at time frame 05:52. Sergeant, can you describe what we have seen up into this point from the MyoVision?
We have a car that turns right. If you're looking at the top right screen, turns right and is stopped at the next intersection.
And do you know what kind of car that was?
From the screen, no.
When you downloaded the MyoVision video, what, if any, parameters did you set?
My normal practice is when I first check MyoVision for an incident in an area of a crash, as I did in this one, is I go to the crash. I do a reverse and backtrack to see where the vehicles had come from. And then I know which clip, because each clip is 15 minutes long, I know which ones to download.
And so based on that, what car did we just see turn right on the top left screen?
for me to testify correctly, I'd have to see the crash and back it up.
So then, after we see the car turn right, we then see it again pop up on the top far most right view.
It's currently in the top right view.
And in the top right view, what street is that?
We are looking southbound on Waterman.
And that is the end of the clip at 6:13. So what, if anything, did you observe during this clip?
As I spoke earlier, the vehicle comes to a stop. A car turns from its left to in front of them on Waterman overpass. The vehicle takes off from the stop sign, goes to the right of that vehicle, continues south, and goes through the red light at 4th Street underneath the semi-tractor trailer.
I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. Can I see both attorneys real quick? Could you,
Where do you want to take this one now? Which way?
oh, this way.
I promise, you can cut me off after 3 minutes.
Okay, we're back on the record. I'm sorry. Sergeant Warner, could you please retake the witness stand? Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, I'm going to be quick. So what we see is the Tesla coming on Lafayette Street to start with, correct?
Comes off of, I couldn't tell you for sure.
Okay, so-
Comes off of East and West Street to go south.
Well, we see the car, correct?
Yes,
And it's not speeding, doesn't appear to be speeding, is obeying traffic laws.
yes, it stops at a stop sign.
Well, it turns and then stops at a stop sign, correct? And then, for whatever reason, it stops, and that is, I think the road it stopped at is where the West Fisher Service Drive comes through.
Yes,
There's a stop sign there. The Tesla stops, waits for the other vehicle to proceed through the intersection.
yes, it makes a left turn,
So up until that time, obeying the traffic laws.
from what I've seen, yes.
Correct. At that point in time, the car moves to the right and passes by the other vehicle.
If you can explain, that you mean the Tesla?
So the vehicle coming from the service drive takes a left turn onto Waterman
Correct,
to go over the expressway.
yes,
The Tesla is behind that vehicle at that point in time at the stop sign.
correct,
The Tesla, from what your testimony is, proceeds to the right of that vehicle and goes by it.
yes.
Can you tell if the vehicle not the Tesla, the other vehicle, where that vehicle is in relation to the Tesla after that event occurs?
On the video, it'll show
Yes,
that
I
it
mean, you weren't
slows.
there, I wasn't
Yes.
there, so.
On the video, it shows that it slows or stops. Do you see the brake lights applied at the, would be the eastbound service drive?
You lost me for a second. They stop at the stop sign. Both vehicles do.
Yes,
The non-Tesla turns left.
correct.
The Tesla proceeds through the service drive, going up over the expressway.
Yes,
At some point in time, are you saying the two vehicles are side by side one another?
very briefly.
And which vehicle was stopping, did you say?
Basically, if I can, I hate using my hands to testify. So the non-involved car is making a left off of westbound Service Drive. The Tesla starts up and passes on the right and goes around and through the next stop sign, continues to go through the red signal at Fort.
Then we have the EDR that tells us that we have basically a time snap from 0 to 5 seconds before the event occurs.
Yes,
So we have the Tesla accelerating and then braking, slowing down.
correct.
You can actually see the Tesla go in front of the other car.
It goes off and you see it, you see the brake lights of being applied by the non-contact car. If that's the way to describe that vehicle.
That's fine. And you don't know what, if anything, would have occurred between those two vehicles because you weren't there.
I was not there.
And prior to the cars being next to each other or passing, every operation that you saw by the Tesla was fine.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any follow-up?
No follow-up, Your Honor.
Thank you, Sergeant Warner, you may exit the courtroom.
Thank you,
so
Hannah.
much. Are there any further witnesses for the prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
Motion?
Your Honor, at this time, the people would motion for bind over. Your Honor didn't hear the extent of Ms. Barco's injuries, Your Honor. But as it was pre-stipulated too, that she did sustain serious bodily injuries from a car collision that occurred on March 11th, 2021, was stipulated to here today. Your Honor, we heard from Officer Gifford, who testified, Your Honor, that the defendant was the one who was driving the Tesla. Your Honor, we also heard from Sergeant Warner, who, through a lot of technological evidence and speaking, told this court that the car was not on autopilot, meaning that the defendant, John Paul Guerrero, who confessed to being the one driving on scene, was in control of the vehicle. We heard that the Tesla reached speeds of 69 miles per hour in an area whose speed limit is 30 miles per hour. We also heard, Your Honor, that from Sergeant Warner, who assisted in the accident 3D reconstruction, that took all of the evidence from Tesla, that watched the Myovision, that the Myovision captured the Tesla running a stop sign, passing another vehicle on the right-hand side, which is a traffic violation and is illegal to do, speeding at upwards of 69 miles per hour, and failing to yield at a red light, thus driving a Tesla underneath a semi that was driving lawfully the opposite direction. Your Honor, we heard testimony that the area of Fort and Waterman is a area that is open to the public for vehicles, that the defendant's speed and disregard of two different traffic control signals were disregarded, as well as the passing of another vehicle on the right-hand side, Your Honor, establishes willful and wanton conduct. Therefore, Your Honor, I believe that people have met their burden as to probable cause and ask that this honorable court find over.
Mr. Hall?
Again, I would argue that there's no testimony that Ms. Barco was in the Tesla, that she was removed from the Tesla. Assuming that if that were necessary, the prosecutor moved to open proofs and have the EMS person remove or come back. For that reason, as to the remainder of the testimony, it is a question of that.
Okay, and is that the case, that you would have requested to reopen the proofs on that matter, as that doesn't appear to have been part of the stipulation that was agreed to as it relates to Ms. Barco?
Your Honor, I believe that the testimony from Officer Gifford that a female was removed from the passenger seat and placed into the EMS is probable cause and creates a question of fact.
Well, wait, so,
Your Honor, we heard testimony here today that,
would you,
I'm sorry,
would you be moved, did you hear what Mr. Hall just said?
yes, I did.
Okay, so I guess the question is, yes, I do recall that testimony, but at no point in time did Officer Gifford indicate who it was. So there, I mean, there has to be some nexus. So I guess the question, Mr. Hull was indicating that he presumes that given that void, you would recall Gifford to the stand to articulate same. Is that true or not?
Or EMS, or EMS director, Your Honor.
If
Yes, Your Honor,
that's not the case,
I'd ask to reopen the proofs and ask for Officer Gifford to return to the stand, as well as Esmeralda Barco to enter the courtroom for identification.
please do so, because that void is there.
Now, what I had indicated is that if that person is not here, the EMS driver, because it is in the police report, would testify that Ms. Barco was removed from the Tesla. I don't want to come back again. I don't want to waste Your Honor's time. If the prosecutor's going to reopen proofs to call that person, there's no need to come back.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, if I were to reopen proofs and have the ability to call the EMS worker would place Ms. Barco in the white Tesla.
Thank you. With that being said, there is a question of fact. I am satisfied that the prosecutor has met their burden here today to establish by a probable cause standard crime was committed in the city of Detroit, county of Wayne, and that the youths are probably committed that crime. That's the burden at this level, is probable cause. The misdemeanor, operating license suspended, revoked, denied, doesn't need to be addressed as it's a misdemeanor. So there is no requirement that testimony be presented as it relates to count 2. However, finding that the prosecutor has met their burden here, I'm going to bind over. Now, the matter is going to be bound over, the felony along with the misdemeanor for efficient administration of justice, is going to be bound over to the circuit court. Now, at the circuit court level, the burden, if you will, on the prosecution changes significantly. And the burden is going to be beyond a reasonable doubt. And I'm certain that your attorneys are going to hold the prosecution to that much higher standard. So it'll be interesting to see where and how this case resolves itself. But as for now, the case is bound over to the circuit court. The AOI date is going to be August 16th.
Yeah. Would you consider removing the tether at this point after hearing the evidence?
Madam Prosecutor?
Your Honor, I believe that a GPS tether is highly appropriate for this case. We've heard testimony as to the nature of the allegations. Additionally, Your Honor, the complaining witness and the defendant know each other. They've known each other for a number of years. And I believe that a GPS tether is a appropriate and minimal requirement that has not abused any discretion.
Okay, the bond was set at $2,000, 10%, so the defendant was required to deposit $200, and that GPS tether was apparently imposed. That requirement was imposed at the date of the arraignment. I'm going to keep that in place right now, notwithstanding the testimony that's been placed on the record. I still have to find a basis for which to alter or amend the bond. Certainly that argument can be raised again on August 16th, when you appear before the circuit court judge, and if they deem it appropriate, so be it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I want a transcript. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
And Your Honor, my officer in charge has informed me that Mr. Guerrero's passport is supposed to have been placed on evidence. I know that Mr. Hall is in possession of it.
I'll take care of that, Your Honor.
Okay.
With his, I did have it, I gave it to his girlfriend to give to the detective. They were not able to get together on that. I
Okay.
think she's downstairs, and I'll make sure that happens.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
She's up there. She wants to put that dismissal.
Ms. Hadid,
I don't know.
Hello.
Ms. Hadid, is it possible that we can zoom in tomorrow morning on this?
Sure.